Leave her alone! Why
are you grabbing her?
Don't touch.
Why are you grabbing her? Is she
under
arrest?
Don't touch.
Is she under arrest?
She was touched.
Why are you grabbing her?
I'm under rights. I need to know my rights.
Why are you grabbing her?
Hey, wait! Why are
you grabbing her?
Run!
This is it.
What's up, pimp?
You're a monster. You're a glorified mall cop. Look at you. A fucking disgrace. You're a glorified mall cop. Leave them alone.
What's up, Zach?
That other girl instigated everything and punched her in the face.
Where do you get time to run around in a fucking giraffe costume? Holy shit.
The other girl did everything. You're a fucking monster.
Morning, Dad. Where have we gone wrong in this country that people just bitch and fucking scream and protest about every little fucking thing? Where do they find time to do this?
Piece of shit. Unredeemable piece of shit. Oh, you're gonna punch everybody now?
I thought you just wanted to talk, motherfucker.
You're a piece of shit. Unredeemable. Leave her alone. Don't do detailing of Panera.
I thought you just wanted to talk. You're going to have plenty of time to talk. Plenty of time. And probably plenty of people to talk to.
I thought you just wanted to talk to
Did you just want to talk? Why she just talk to her? Why don't you get her side of the story? Get her side of the story.
I thought you just wanted to talk to her. I thought you just wanted to talk.
No, you just want to shoot bear mace because your wife will return your fucking emails. Where's the de-escalation, you fucking piece of shit?
Back off! Back off! Back off! Back off!
Nobody's close.
Back off!
Nobody's close to you while they're standing over the top of them. Look at this goofy motherfucker. Holy shit, he looked like Carl. If you think for 1 second you're not going to jail once they got you on the ground, you're fucking stupid. You really are. You should. I can't believe these people, man. Look, there's another one. What the fuck is going on?
Why don't you watch the videos before you
These officers said they just wanted to talk and now they're arresting her. They have no reason to be arresting her. They said that.
Like, what the fuck is going on in America where people just feel the need to gather in the parking lot, fucking cry and scream? Holy fuck.
Alien with a final order of removal. He's actually a convicted sex offender. There had been a federal court litigation order requiring his release, and we took care of that. We had let the judge know that the removal order was still in place and that this removal would still need to happen. The other side made the arrangements for this gentleman to get on a plane and go back to his country, and we're here to enforce that departure. We're going to be going inside and meeting this individual. There could be some other folks with him, and and our staff are going to make sure that this person gets on the plane, and other folks in DHS are going to help us out and ensure that this individual gets on the plane and departs back to his country. When there's a final order of removal in a case, we never quit and we never give up until the alien is lawfully removed from the United States, and that's what's going to happen today. Through, the agents are going to come over, so just wait a second, okay?
They're on the other side.
Yeah. They're on the way over.
Why in the fuck was he even here anyway? Anybody with a sex crime should not be allowed in the United States regardless. And nobody should fight their deportation or fight for them not to be deported, I should say. All right. Let's just then, Iran says it has oil and is ready to sell to any country willing to buy. I bet you are. So let me show y'all a little something here that I pulled up this morning. When Trump said yesterday that boats were on the way to America, he wasn't lying. Let me get this shit pulled up here. Trying to drag it to my other screen here. So if you look, that's the Strait of Hormuz right there. Right. So this is around Louisiana, Mississippi area. If you look, it's one straight flow all the way. So he wasn't lying. They're on the way. So maybe, and I heard him trying to kind of scare everybody this morning about gas prices getting higher. We'll see. But I see him trying to do everything he can to, get this shit under control. So shout out to President Trump for that anyway. But if you can look, there's a direct line from here to over to the Middle East. This is our this Pakistan, Iran, and all right here. You can see the flow of traffic coming out. That's straight line. They beelined over here. All right, let's kind of maneuver around, see what's going on this morning. I think Iran's going to quit posturing. I think they're just running their mouth now, trying to save face. I don't think they're going to do nothing. We shall see. Most definitely, Deb. Most definitely. And there's so much shit out there, man, that like they're purposely trying to play with people's emotions and shit and get them all fucking revved up so they don't know what to think. And that's one of the reasons why I started kind of looking for myself, is because if you just watch what other people are posting, they got a narrative that they're trying to push and they're wanting to rev people up. And can't do that, man. You got to kind of look at shit for yourself, What's up, Rip It? I seen what old David Hookstead talking about this morning. I started to watch it. Now it's like,
hey, this is Jacob Hall, owner of Georgia Solar Pros. Here at Georgia Solar Pros, we
don't give a fuck about Georgia Solar Pros.
Hey, this is Jacob Hall, owner of Georgia Solar Pros. Here at Georgia Solar Pros, we design and install power systems across North Florida and South Georgia.
It is Monday, and the United States military is locking down the Strait of Hormuz with a total and complete blockade of the entrance and exit. And this means we might soon be boarding Chinese ships as well as
I
other
don't think
ships
it's
in a
important, but
major
we'll see.
escalation in the war. There are also reports out of Iran that Iran could restart ballistic missile launches in retaliation at any moment, as well as new comments from President Trump. So we got a lot to get into. Before we get into it, as always, please make sure to like and subscribe. Totally free. Cost you nothing. Huge boost to the channel. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Hit the notification bell. All notifications turned on. You won't miss a thing. And then David_Hookstead, XD Hookstead. That's where you can find me on social media. My DMs are wide open. Reach out with whatever you got. Now, let's get into it. So Sunday, over the weekend on True Social, President Trump announced that the United States would be doing a blockade of its own after Iran shut down the Strait of Hormuz during the war. Iran telling all ships, if you don't pay us $2 million and come in and pass through international waters, we will blow your ship up. Effectively, well, not effectively, completely shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, which had extreme impacts on the global market. Finally, after negotiations failed in Pakistan, President Trump said, okay, you want to play that game? We'll lock down the Strait of Hormuz from the entrance of it, and any ship attempting to leave that paid the Iranian toll, we are going to interdict and board. So we have a blockade on top of a blockade. Should be very interesting to see how this goes. But CENTCOM, in case anyone thought Trump was bluffing, he is not. CENTCOM announcing that forces, I'll highlight this right here, forces will begin implementing a blockade of all maritime traffic entering and exiting Iranian ports on April 13th, today, at 10 a.m. in accordance with the president's proclamation. The blockade will be enforced impartially against all vessels of all nations entering or departing Iranian ports and coastal areas, including all Iranian ports on the Arabian Gulf and Gulf of Oman. CENTCOM forces will not impede freedom of navigations for vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz to and from non-Iranian ports. So any ship that leaves Iran, mostly which are Chinese ships owned by Chinese companies or the Chinese government, as of 10 a.m. this morning, they will be stopped and boarded. China, at the same time, is also accused of shipping weapons to Iran. We know that those cargo vessels are likely armed with machine guns, shoulder-fired rockets, a lot of dangerous things going on right now. It says additional information will be provided to commercial mariners through a formal notice prior to the start of blockade. All mariners are advised to monitor notice to mariners broadcast and contact U.S. naval forces on bridge-to-bridge channel 16 when operating in the Gulf of Oman and Strait of Hormuz approaches. And then President Trump right here further announcing this was released this morning, the United States to blockade ships entering or exiting Iranian ports on April 13th at 10 a.m. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So the United States has fully locked down the Strait of Hormuz for any ships leaving Iranian ports. Again, I have to stress the seriousness of this situation. What is going to happen? What will China do if we start dropping Navy SEALs or U.S. Marines onto Chinese vessels? What happens if a Chinese vessel blows one of our helicopters out of the air? Because remember, they got to hover when they throw the ropes, blows one of our helicopters out of the air. We will be racing up the escalation chain at that point. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you I know for sure how this is going to play out. I am going to sit here and tell you that this is a very, very serious situation. And already the Iranians are threatening retaliation. It says a spokesperson for Iran's Qadam al-Aniba headquarters said security in the Gulf and Sea of Oman is either for everyone or no one, and warned enemy-linked vessels will be barred from the Strait of Hormuz, and that threats to Iran's ports will endanger all ports. So right there, they are gearing up to bomb U.S. ships, bomb any ships that come in the Strait of Hormuz. We are now essentially in a standoff, a blockade on a blockade, a total standoff, waiting to see who is going to fire first. And more news right here. It says military sources warn the IRGC could respond as early as tonight, including potential strikes on U.S. and Israeli targets tied to the Strait of Hormuz developments. The IDF is bracing for escalation and a possible ceasefire collapse, updating its targeting bank and intensifying monitor inside Iran. Now is the time. Ground crews and technical teams are working around the clock to bring all Air Force platforms to peak readiness. We are reviewing targets, orders, and operational plans. So the belief is that Iran could start missile launches on U.S. and Israeli assets tonight, April 13th, in response to the U.S. blockade. If that happens, we will be back off to the races with total war in the region. And don't be surprised about that, because right here, according to the Wall,
you know, as I sit here and think about it, the Strait is their last bargaining chip. I don't know if they'll be willing just to let it go. There's some crazy bastards, right? We know that. They're showing propaganda films this morning. The IRGC is about U.S. military doing door-to-door knocks in Iraq and Kuwait. And it's like, man, what do they expect us to do? We cannot just sit here and let them take over the whole world's economical platform by shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. They're not the only ones that sell the world oil, right? There's a lot of different countries over in that area that sell oil to the world, and they're stopping everybody from doing business. So something has to be done with them, regardless of how people feel about it. But do I want to see, people die? No, of course you don't. But what do? They're going to stranglehold the whole world, and that's how they're showing their strength. I don't think they're going to be willing just to give it up that easy.
Wall Street Journal. President Trump is looking at resuming limited military strikes in Iran as a way to break a stalemate in the peace talks. The U.S. could resume a full-fledged bombing campaign, although some officials said that is less likely. So President Trump is considering resuming a bombing campaign in a limited sense. However, if Iran shoots first, if they launch more ballistic missiles, then you can bet the bombing campaign will continue and it will be very intense. And these are more updates. We talked about this in a video yesterday, but we have more updates. The air lift into the Middle East continues at this hour. It went around the clock over the weekend. Now here we are on April 13th.
I'm going to tell you right now, I'm watching on Marine Tracker. Ships are moving out of the straits. It's just at a very slow pace, but ships are still getting through.
See on your screen, massive amounts of cargo, equipment, and men being flown into the Middle East at this hour. And then right here, we have an update on the H.W. Bush, the USS H.W. Bush.
Well, I will say this, the U.S. Navy, a lot of tankers are bypassing over there, and they're coming straight to the Gulf, right? They're coming to get oil. So we may see some relief here for too long.
Nimitz-class nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, the USS George H.W. Bush, transited the Strait of Gibraltar eastbound, entering the U.S. Navy's 6th Fleet European Command area of responsibility. So we will soon have 3 aircraft carriers in the region to fight the Iranians. Of course, we are going to pull the Ford out. The Ford was first in the Caribbean, then went to the Mediterranean, went to go fight in the Iran war. The Bush is likely going to replace the Ford, so then we'll be back down to 2 aircraft carriers. But obviously, the United States continuing to surge in assets and resources. And this is very interesting. A Boeing E-3A Sentry, an early warning aircraft, a signals platform, is flying over Turkey, likely spying on Russian aircraft that are flying into Iran with their transponders off, carrying we don't know what, likely weapons. Again, the Chinese have rushed weapons into Iran. It appears the Russians are rushing weapons into Iran, and now a U.S. E-3A Sentry, a Boeing E-3A Sentry, is spying on those movements to figure out how many Russian planes are coming in, what are they carrying, what does it mean? Now, President Trump.
You know what, Pimp? I was thinking, this dude has got hellified information coming in, right? So he's getting it. You're right. I believe you're right. He's getting it from somewhere, and it's probably all the reporters together feeding her to pass it along to him so they can put it out. They're using him as an outlet to get information out that they can't report on.
With some more comments here talking about the state of negotiations, let's go ahead and watch what he had to say.
Oh, I don't know. I don't care if they come back or not. If they don't come back, I'm fine. Their military is gone. Their missiles are largely depleted. The manufacturing capability for missiles and drones is largely defeated. We've been very nice. We haven't ripped down too many bridges. We did one only because they broke their word. They broke their promise. And remember, their promise was that they were going to open the Hormuz Strait. They didn't do it. They lied. Oh, I don't.
One tiny flaw ruins most.
Hey, and I will say this: the White House had a press conference set yesterday for 6 o'clock, posted on their website. I found it last night again. This morning, I wake up to try to watch it just to see if we missed something, and it's no longer posted. So I don't know what happened there. Ha! I know. I seen that. Ringo.
That is President Trump seemingly saying he doesn't care if
fucking
Iran
poke on
wants
the
to
road.
continue
Time Trump gets
negotiating
done with it.
or not. And then here he had some comments about the F-15 crew that was shot down.
Mr. President, on the two pilots, are they in good condition? Have you spoken to them or their families?
They are in very good shape, and we're very proud of them, the two pilots. Yeah.
So President Trump saying the F-15 crew that had to be rescued, one guy was rescued, the pilot was rescued right away. Weapons officer, not this past weekend, the weekend before, was rescued in a daring operation. We, of course, covered that extensively on the channel. But what's interesting is the Iranians, remember, there's this big conspiracy theory that the rescue operation was fake. It wasn't fake. It 100% happened. But some people believe it was fake and it was an operation to get the enriched uranium that is hidden at Esfahan. Esfahan is the home of the near weapons grade enriched uranium. The Iranian Deputy Parliament Speaker Ali.
So all I hear right there is they haven't got their hands on the uranium either. So
Assad said that the Americans came to Esfahan not to rescue a pilot, but to take something else so they could take it back and display it to the world. So right there, he is pushing the conspiracy theory that the pilot rescue never happened. It was all a fake. It was all a cover, and that we were coming for the enriched uranium. As I said in a previous video, I can tell you with supreme confidence that is not at all what happened. It was a rescue mission. It was a highly successful rescue mission. Some people want to push this narrative because they want the mission to have looked like a failure. It was a great success. They don't like that. So what they're going to do is they're going to cook up a fake story and claim the real operation was to get the enriched uranium, and that failed. That, of course, is not true whatsoever. And then right here, Netanyahu saying today in an Israeli cabinet meeting that he spoke with Vice President J.D. Vance, saying, I spoke with President J.D. Vance. He called me from Islamabad. He reported to me in great details the people of this administration do every day about the developments of negotiations. In this case, the breakdown in negotiations. The breakdown came from the American side, which could not tolerate Iran's blatant violation of the agreement to enter negotiations. So the Israelis are being updated about what is going on. And then right here, we've got a report from Shin that there's significant aerial activity, highly in Tehran, highly likely cargo or government-affiliated planes, possibly evacuating, possibly moving their gear out with the assumption that strikes.
So now, all right, let me read y'all this. Iran is panicking after President Trump ordered a naval blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. The IRGC just claimed the Strait of Hormuz is open for harmless passage of civilian vessels. Trump is flipping the script. The strait was the last thing they had. 47 will win. So now
it could resume at any moment.
Now there's
and obviously they want to get the hell out of the way or protect what they have before bombs start falling again. So as of me filming this on the morning of April 13th, the blockade is underway. We are blockading the Strait of Hormuz. We will likely start boarding Chinese ships. And at that point, I truly do not know what will happen in this war or what will come next. But that is the next step in the operations as we continue forward. We also have U.S. rushing in men and supplies around the clock. We got comments from President Trump. So we got a lot to
All right,
monitor
so
here.
breaking right now is President Trump claims the United States possesses secret weapons that remain undisclosed and unmatched by any other nation. What happened if U.S. uses this kind of secret weapon against Iran? So let me hold on, let me pull this. Let me pull this up here. And I don't know if any of y'all have seen this. I've actually seen this earlier. Let me see if I can get it. This motherfucking thing is crazy. And I think this was the weapon that he was talking about earlier in the month when he was talking like the discombobulator. What's up, AD? I know I wish you would talk more about this, bro, but I know that you don't want to, but I wish you would. Let me pull this up here. Here comes my dog in the room. Crazy motherfucker. Yeah, but you know what they're capable of doing, though, man. You understand this shit a lot more. Now, how come it's not showing it on here?
Served as its most powerful weapon, effectively holding the entire world hostage by instantly halting roughly 20% of global energy shipments. This geographical choke point trapped approximately 800 vessels and sent energy prices skyrocketing by 100%. The market shock was severe enough to act as a ticking time bomb. As international reserves dwindled and global supply chains fractured, the looming threat of worldwide economic collapse became the single most decisive factor in securing the ceasefire. By refusing to open the strait and threatening to permanently choke off the lifeblood of global trade,
we all know that.
Iran bypassed conventional warfare entirely.
I know they ain't taken down. Hold on, let me see if I can just fucking play it. See if I can Bluetooth it. Can't believe I can't. Well, I can find it on mobile, but I can't there. I have no idea. But anyways.
Shockwaves through the military world. The U.S. military revealed it is developing an electromagnetic plasma laser weapon, described as powerful enough to destroy an aircraft carrier in a very short time. This is not a standard high-energy laser and no longer sounds like science fiction. According to reports, the system combines electromagnetic energy, plasma technology, and accelerator principles to create an extremely concentrated beam. Instead of explosives or impact, the weapon delivers destructive force at near light speed. In theory, that energy could tear through steel structures, internal systems, and critical components before a target can respond. Engineers claim the output could be enough to cripple or even reduce a 100,000-ton aircraft carrier to scrap metal. If the technology proves viable, it would mark a major shift in naval warfare. Traditional defenses are built to stop missiles and aircraft, not focused energy weapons of this scale. Even without full details, the announcement alone signals a future where raw energy becomes the weapon itself.
The IRGC is clinging to the Strait of Hormuz, like it's the last thing keeping this regime alive. But the H-64 Apache just showed up, and it's already become their worst nightmare. You see, the US and Israel have already sunk over 60 Iranian naval vessels since February 28th. Frigates, corvettes, drone carriers, the flagship, all of it on the seafloor. But the Strait of Hormuz is still effectively closed.
That's nice.
Because the IRGC Navy operates completely separately from the regular military and was never built around warships. It was
Snaggy's the CIA asset. He'd jump out and fucking chop everybody up with a machete. He'd just handle business, boy. He'd jump off the fucking ship with the machete in his mouth and his fucking little G-string. He's out there fucking getting it. All right. Yeah, AD, the only reason I say I wish you'd talk about it is because you know how the shit works. You've been in the military. You know they're planning. I mean, what planning they do. All right, let me Let me pull up this other shit right here. And see, I watched them live feed cameras last night just to see, because let's be honest, if they go back in, Iran would be fucking firing them missiles, and they're not. Yeah, it's coming. I believe it's coming to. I believe it's winding down now. See if I can find an update from him. Let's see what he said to the Pope, shall we? And fuck Byron.
The Pope for his position on the regional conflict. The president posting on social media saying Pope Leo is weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy. He went on to say, I don't want a pope who thinks it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon. I don't want a pope who thinks it's terrible that America attacked Venezuela. This all comes as Trump says the United States will blockade the Strait of Hormuz after peace talks in Pakistan failed this weekend. U.S. stock and oil prices rose in early market trading after the U.S. government announced this new blockade. CBS News Miami's Torian Small is showing us just how much the uncertainty in the
Let's see
Middle
how
East
much
is
they
impacting
rose.
our prices.
Look, regardless, we win. Regardless what happens, we win.
President Trump downplayed the significance of the talks with Iran as he made his way down to Miami yesterday, just hours before negotiations collapsed. As the situation in the Strait of Hormuz is central,
I don't believe nothing the news says
skyrocketing.
anymore. So when they make a claim, I go look for myself. I do not believe anything them motherfuckers say anymore. It's between the same 95 and 100. It was at $96 a barrel yesterday, so it went up $4 a barrel. Just be careful. I love you, buddy.
Yes, sir. I love
it. 40% since the day before the war began. The president said in an interview Sunday that prices could remain high through November.
So do you believe the price of oil and gas will be lower before the midterm elections?
I hope so. I mean, I think so. It could be or the same, or maybe a little bit higher, but it should be around the same.
Higher oil costs are fueling a surge in inflation, according to a March report by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. New CBS polling shows the president's approval rating on his handling of inflation is down to 31%. The poll also found most Americans think gas prices have been a financial hardship since the start of the war.
So I'll drive the extra 10, 15 minutes just to pay 40 cents less per gallon.
Democrats blame the administration.
Gas in Virginia was $2.81 40 days ago. It is over $4 now. Even if President declares victory tomorrow, those high gas prices will be with us for months.
While Republicans caution Iran is still a threat.
No one is willing to trade lower gas prices for Iran becoming a nuclear state.
And Congress returns to Washington tomorrow after a 2-week recess. Lawmakers are bracing for a supplemental funding request for this war. That's on top of a $1.5 trillion defense spending budget request from the White House for next year. Torian Small, CBS News, Doral, Florida.
A lot of very good things are happening with regard to the Strait, almost, and a lot of good things are happening.
This whole fucker does not sleep. How in the fuck does he find this energy?
We had some tremendous numbers released economically on jobs and everything else, and things are going very well.
How is the ceasefire holding, Mr. President? Is the ceasefire holding?
I would say it's holding well. Their military is destroyed. Their whole Navy is underwater. You know that 158 ships are gone. Their Navy's gone. Most of their mine droppers are gone. We have a lot of people, as you know, 10 o'clock tomorrow. We have a blockade going into effect. That'll be 10 o'clock tomorrow. Other nations are working so that Iran will not be able to sell oil. And that would be very effective. But what we want to do is we want to, and again, we don't need it. What we notice and what we see and what I think is maybe my idea, maybe not. I don't know. But there are many boats heading toward our country to fill up with oil and then go and take it. So they're not going to go through the Hormuz Strait. And ultimately that'll be corrected. But in the meantime, they're using us. We have more oil because of drill, baby, drill. We have more oil than Russia and Saudi Arabia put together. So if you look at Russia and Saudi Arabia, two big ones, we have much more oil than they have put together. And what's happening is boats are coming over here, filling up. We don't have to go through the Hormuz.
Give us an update, Mr. President, on the two pilots. Are they in good condition? Have you spoken to them or their families?
They are in very good shape, and we're very proud of them, the two pilots. Yeah.
You said in Iran, earlier you said Iran, you think wanting to come back to the table. What do you think that's on?
I think Iran is in very bad shape. I think they're very desperate. We had a meeting that lasted 21 hours. We understand the situation better than anybody, and Iran's in very bad shape. And just so you understand, Iran will not have a nuclear weapon.
Text, we got to go through this again. Do we have to go through this again? The other day, all the mine droppers were gone. Yes, but they still have little speedboats.
Weapons, we'll not have. There is no way that they're going to get it. They still want it, and they made that clear the other night. Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. Oh, I don't know. I don't care if they come back or not. If they don't come back, I'm fine. Their military is gone, and their missiles are largely depleted. The manufacturing capability for missiles and drones is largely defeated.
I'm going to tell you what, if they fuck around, they won't have them, which is a shame. I'd hate to see them little boats wasted, but when they're out there speeding around with just outboards, they don't have like regular ships. Whenever you see a Navy or whatever it is that's left using outboard motors, you know they're pretty much depleted. You know what I'm saying?
We've been very nice. We haven't ripped down too many bridges. We did one only because they broke their word. They broke their promise. And remember, their promise was that they were going to open the Hormuz.
Good morning, Tech.
They didn't do it. They lied. Yeah, they're coming up and they're helping. Yeah, we have
Mouth, to
many
be
other.
honest, I wish he'd stop because he projects what he's going to do now. And I know some of it is a strategy to try to get it to run a bluff on these people, but people take everything he says and hangs on to it. Like I show you a little thing that they did yesterday, or this YouTuber put out yesterday, where he just, I don't know, just like with the fucking death shit, where he's talking about the death of a country. They hang on every word he says and they take it literally. I think it's just the way he speaks and the way he talks. He's a bluffer. He's a bullshitter.
Well, you just have to see, but the ships are heading up to our country right now, empty, and they're going to go back.
They definitely are coming. As I showed y'all. What's up, Randy?
I don't think he's doing a very good job. He likes crime, I guess. He hit us to think of it. He's worried about fear. What about the fear when the ministers and the priests and all of those great people that were arrested during COVID, and in many cases they're outside 10 feet apart, and they were arrested. So we don't like it. We don't like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a pope that says crime is okay in our city. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of Pope Leo. He's a very liberal person, and he's a man that doesn't believe in stopping crime. He's a man that doesn't think that we should be toying with a country that wants a nuclear weapon so they can blow up the world. So I'm not a fan of Pope Leo.
They do though, don't they, smart mouth? They hang on everything.
So what?
Would you be okay if a third country agrees to send Iran's rate?
Well, that's a very theoretical question. Really, I don't want to answer. Well, they're coming up. They're going to be coming up. But I'm very disappointed in NATO. They didn't do this.
Hey, look at how many reporters asked the man the same fucking question about that shit. Like, that's all he had that day was answering the same thing over and over and over again. And you know good and well, all of them watched each other's fucking press conferences. Why in the fuck do you have to keep asking the motherfucker over and over? Martin hates himself. Good morning, Red Fox.
They weren't there for us.
Gas prices are killing Martin right now, by the way.
We pay trillions of dollars for NATO, and they weren't there for us. Remember what I said. NATO was not there. Now they want to come up, but there's no real threat anymore. But NATO was not there for us. We'll see what happens. But, you know, we spend trillions of dollars on NATO to help them guard really against Russia. When you think of it, we're guarding against Russia. And I've long thought it was a little ridiculous, but We spend trillions of dollars doing it, and I think that's going to be under very serious examination. Thank you very much.
All right, let me see if I can find this stupid fucking little shit's video. It
won't be hard to find.
Let's see. He was criticizing that lady that did the interview with Trump yesterday. But then he went to criticizing the president too, and I was just like, dude, you can't fucking hang on to every fucking word. They want him to be politically correct, and he's not. Let me see. I'm in my history now. I guess it ain't gonna show. Let's see if I can find it on the phone.
I was negotiating with both of them, and I said to Scott, I said to Howard, cancel all deals with India and Pakistan. They're not trading with us because they're in a war. They called back, what do we do? I said, look, you want to have trade with the United States, it's great. But you want to go and start using nuclear weapons on each other? We're not going to allow that.
Martin speaks too much.
Both have great leaders. They both agreed not to do
Hey,
it.
British Bulldog.
So we did a lot, but I appreciate that question.
I don't think it's
Thank you, Mr. President. I was just speaking with Senator Ron Johnson on the One Big Beautiful Bill, and he says he really wants to get to yes for you and get this accomplished.
He does. He's a good man.
But he also said that he needs more time, and he is not certain that the July 4th deadline is
Well,
possible.
then he's not. Your taxes, and they elect people like this guy in New York that maybe has a chance. I find it hard to believe, but he maybe has a chance. They want to raise your taxes, so they want to.
Oh, the sound disappeared. My bad. I was talking to my son.
That's more money than anybody could afford. You'd go into a depression if that ever happened. So I think there's a lot of pressure to get that approved.
Is the July 4th deadline to you? If
It's important. It's not
deadline's
the end
till
all.
August?
It can go longer, but we'd like to get it done by that time if possible. And look, we have a lot of very committed people, and they feel very strongly about subjects that you're not even thinking about that are important to Republicans. The problem we have is that it's a great bill. It's a popular bill, but we'll get no Democrats only because they don't want to vote for Trump. If that bill was their bill, oh, they would be so happy. It's so great for our military. It's great for everything. And they would normally vote, but because their hatred of Trump, they have Trump derangement syndrome at levels never seen before. And instead of voting for a tax cut, they're voting for a tax increase of 68%. They're voting to destroy Social Security, destroy Medicare, and destroy Medicaid. And we're voting to make them perfect and to make them better, make them stronger and better. They're going to destroy Medicaid, and they're going to destroy Medicare, and Social Security will follow. If you vote for the Democrats, you're dead on those three things.
Thank you, Mr. President. On a related subject, many Democrats have said that they are not going to support crypto bills in Congress only because of you and your family's personal crypto ventures. And these votes are in some cases needed to pass. Are you open to the idea of pulling away from your personal crypto ventures just for the next few years if that helps get these crypto bills passed in the next few months?
Well, it's a very funny thing, crypto. So I became a fan of crypto, and to me, it's an industry. I view it as an industry, and I'm president. And if we didn't have it, China would, or somebody else would, but most likely China. China would love to. And we've dominated that industry. It's a big industry, by the way. In fact, when the stock market went down recently, crypto and Bitcoin and all of that went down much less than anybody else as a group. And we've created
smart mouth. It was much, much, much worse than that. Okay. They said the local cops come to my house, and never mind. I don't even want to get into it, but I was scared to death he was going to die in that motherfucker. That I know everybody always says, "Oh, I got a badass ride." Listen, I had built that truck for probably about 7 or 8 years. Every month, saving a little money. You know how it is when you got a habit. You're starting to put shit together. You got like something that you really want. It was badass. The truck really was. It was for what it was pretty fucking tough. And yeah, he was running that motherfucker. I was like, no. Then I bought him a fucking Jeep, and he took it out there and went mud bogging with the son of a bitch. I was like, nah, we ain't doing that.
Powerful industry, and that's
one piece at a time. Exactly.
That we invest in. We invest in it, but really that was an industry that wasn't doing particularly well. I got involved with it a couple of years ago, and before the second term, I got involved before.
My brother was pissed. He come down here talking about he's gonna fucking die in that piece of shit. I was like, I know, man, I know.
Crooked and incompetent, and I was in Bitcoin then, not knowing if I was going to do it a third time. So it's become amazing. I mean, it's the jobs that it produces. And I notice more and more you pay in Bitcoin. I mean, people are saying it takes a lot of pressure off the dollar, and it's a great thing for our country. So I don't care about investing. You know, I have I have kids, and they invest in different things. They do believe in it. But I'm president, and what I did do there is build an industry that's very important. And you know, if we didn't have it, China would. Okay.
Sir, Mr. President.
Go ahead. With the glasses, gentlemen, go ahead, please.
They criticize this man about every fucking thing.
Funds in the sanctuary states, like for instance California, they keep supporting illegal immigration, and then these people work.
Yeah, we're giving them a hard time.
And also, a foreign policy question.
I mean, they don't have a governor.
All right, let's see what he's talking about on this Iran shit right here.
Few hours, the U.S. blockade on the Strait of Hormuz goes into effect. Meanwhile, President Trump making it clear to another adversary, China, about the consequences if they play ball with Iran.
I hear news reports about China giving the shoulder missiles, what's called a shoulder missile, anti-aircraft missile. I doubt they would do that because I have a relationship, and I think they wouldn't do that. But maybe they did a little bit at the beginning, but I don't think they would. Anyone know? But if we catch them doing that, they get a 50% tariff, which is that's a staggering amount.
Here we go again. Senate Intel Committee Chair Tom Cotton joins us now. Senator, you saw that over the weekend, that China evidently is going to give a missile defense system.
Why they would fucking even post that shit? That was yesterday. See, that's why I say you can't watch these motherfuckers. They're claiming that was an update an hour ago.
People that nobody's seen before. If we didn't go into Los Angeles with the military, which did a fantastic job, but if we didn't go into Los Angeles, bringing in the National Guard, I would have brought the military if it was necessary, because you have to. We have the right to. That was another thing upheld by the Supreme Court. But if we didn't go in with the National Guard and be strong and tough, you wouldn't maybe have Los Angeles. It would be like the rest of California, the rest of Los Angeles. They lost 25,000 houses in a fire. They should have lost none. You know, I sent the water down. I had to break into their water supply because they just refused to do it. They're crazy. There's something wrong with them. They have plenty of water. They don't have droughts or anything. They have plenty. We let it come down from the Pacific Northwest. They routed all the water out into the Pacific Ocean for environmental reasons, okay? And now you have 25,000 houses, none of which would have burned down if you had the water. They didn't have water. They didn't have water for the fire.
So hold on now. You routed the water to the Pacific Ocean for environmental reasons. So you'll pollute the fucking ocean. See, this shit don't make no goddamn sense.
They didn't have water in the sprinkler systems that people put in. So the answer is we're going to work with governors. We're going to work with radical left Democrats and Democrats.
I'm going to tell you, you know why they do that shit? They do that shit because so people won't be able to rebuild. Because most people, if their house burns down, they can't fucking afford to rebuild. And then somebody else comes in there and they develop it into something else that they want. They know what the fuck they're doing.
I have to stop.
I used to not think that way.
In the case of
But the more you listen to these motherfuckers, the more you see what the fuck they're doing.
heavy crime are run by Democrats. Go ahead.
11 lies.
Yeah, with the glasses.
I'm with you.
Go ahead. Yes. Yeah.
And you know what? You can blame everything on the Democrats all you want. When you look at the data and the data shows that what he's saying is true, you can't argue with him.
Yeah, please.
President Trump, Anthony Mashak from in Lebanon. I want to ask you regarding
Fox lady.
And proxies operating in the U.S.
Hey, and people lost their fucking minds because they didn't want to believe that shit. People lost their fucking minds. I mean, just look at the facts. Fucking what somebody's saying. Just look at the facts for yourself.
What do you say about that? And regarding the Lebanon, because Hezbollah is as well part of Iran's allies, is there any time frame in Lebanon regarding disarming Hezbollah?
Look, I'm no news reporter, right? I'm just a man that's waking up to what's going on. Or I think I am anyway. I'm just searching to see, you know what I mean, what's really happening out there. And if people are against it, fuck them. I don't care at this point, but
is a great place with brilliant people.
Wow, man.
You know, was known for the professors and doctors and had an incredible history. And hopefully we can bring it back again.
What the fuck is wrong with Trump's eyes? Has anybody ever noticed he's got like,
I've known him for 20 years, very, very successful.
he's got some kind of skin pigment thing going on. His eye, he's got them fucking owl ghost white eyes around his eyeballs. Shit looks crazy.
I love it so much. I said, you know, it's very dangerous going to Lebanon.
Almost like a motherfucker who works on a boat that been wearing sunglasses.
But I don't care about danger. I mean, this is a guy that is just a very big business guy. He wants to give up his whole life to go to Lebanon because he believes in it so much. We're with Lebanon all the way. We'll try and straighten it out. Threaten my life? Yeah, they have threatened. I get that throbbing feeling every once in a while. Get that throbbing feeling, but you know what? That's okay.
He's grabbing his ear right there.
It's a dangerous business. What I do is a dangerous business. You know, I tell the story of the car companies and different people in different professions. You have race car drivers as an example. 1/10 of 1% die. Bull riders, 1/10 of 1%. That's not a lot, but it's people die. When you're president, it's about 5%. If somebody would have told me that, maybe I wouldn't have run. Okay. This is a very dangerous.
No. I got it on my phone. Smart now.
Yeah, please.
All right, we fixed to listen what they're saying about this. Yeah, I got it Bluetooth through my phone.
Giving an update on the ceasefire with Iran over peace talks over the weekend fell through.
I would say it's holding well. Their military is destroyed. Their whole Navy is underwater. You know that 158 ships.
I'm trying to look around and stat around as much as I can. I got 2 or 3 screens open and my
We
phone
have a lot
going.
of people, as you know, 10 o'clock tomorrow. We have a blockade going into effect.
Well, they do have a lot of the mine droppers left. In just a few hours, U.S. Central Command forces are set to begin enforcing a naval blockade targeting shipping to and from the Iranian ports through the Strait of Hormuz. Now is who's in control of the strait. Here to break it down for him is CENTCOM Deputy Commander Vice Admiral Robert Horwood, who spent most of his youth in Iran, I should say. Admiral, now we're going to decide who comes in and out. That means if China, Pakistan, Turkey, or anybody has a ship to go in to fill up or drop off, the answer is no.
Maybe, Trixie. I didn't think about that.
Exactly right. And indicative of the options the president still has on his hand. And I got to tell you, Brian, everyone in the region is cheering how the vice president handled this negotiations where he gave them a shot. They didn't capitulate. We're done. So all these states, UAE, Qatar, Saudi, Kuwait, they have an existential threat from Iran. And all the components of our demand indicate that. Developing a nuclear weapon, closing the Straits of Hormuz, missile programs, funding their surrogates, all those represent existential threats to them. So they don't want us to go through any negotiations unless all those conditions are met. And if not, they just reconstitute, and this presents that threat to them for a longer period of time. So the president has this unique opportunity. His strategy is sound, and I think it's going to be extremely successful.
There's her
the
speedboat.
last and only component not in the negotiations is the IRGC itself. And don't forget, this is the Islamic Revolution. and they are the Islamic Revolution Guard Corps. I think they are the decision makers, the real power in Iran, the real element suppressing its people. And at the end of the day, if you remove all these programs they've built to maintain power, then they become at risk. And so they're both closely tied to each other. And if they won't negotiate, we take them off the table, step by step.
Which is so important is people and academics are speaking out over the weekend and others and saying, well, it's not, the UAE and Saudi Arabia reconsidering their relationship with us and our bases. That's just not true. And we get more and more reports that NBS specifically says, Mr. President, finish the job. I will back you up financially. Finish the job. The Wall Street Journal reported last night that President Trump and his advisor are looking into some type of limited military strikes in Iran in addition to the blockade. Would you do that? And do you think that's accurate during the ceasefire? Or do you want them to be the ones to break the ceasefire?
Well, like I said, Ryan, we have yet to really use all our options. And one of those options is specifically targeting the IRGC as the Israelis have done. So if we
Where is that? Seattle?
Our capacity, our intelligence to go after the IRGC specifically, yes, I think that's a successful component of the strategy and would pay dividends. And we've done that before in other countries. There's a lot of tools you can do to accomplish that objective. But that's what really leads to an enduring
motherfucker, you talking about an M16?
A government in place who renounces the Islamic Revolution and avows to dissolve all those programs that supported their policies. So it's very clear, and this administration, the president, is moving down that line very aggressively.
You want to unfreeze those $27 billion in frozen funds, stop enriching uranium, and stop funding surrogates. That will be just the start. 18-hour trip to have a 21-hour negotiation, and the vice president has left. No word if there'll be another round. Admiral, thanks so much for your great analysis. Appreciate it.
Let's see what this. I don't like this dude, but we're gonna see what he got to say anyway. Just because
after a career working for major energy companies, I decided to look into coal, and I realized.
Hey everybody, it's Monday, April 13th, 2026, day 45 of the U.S.-Iran tensions, we can say at this point. U.S. Navy has just activated a live naval blockade in the Strait of Hormuz as of 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time this morning. President Trump ordered CENTCOM to begin the enforcement this morning, stopping all vessels tied to Iranian ports and coastal zones while allowing free passage for everyone else. We're seeing carrier strike groups, Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyers equipped with Aegis systems, submarines, patrol aircraft, and overhead air assets likely coordinating right now for tight surveillance and quick interdiction, similar to what we...
Could you imagine the fish we could catch off of this motherfucker?
Likely saw in the Venezuela conflict. And this coming in from Reuters, Pope says he will continue to speak out against war after Trump attack. In comments aboard his flight, where first U.S. Pope is starting a 10-day tour to African countries, the pontiff said that the Christian message was being abused. I don't want to get into a debate with him, Leo told Reuters as he greeted journalists on a plane. I don't think that the message of the gospel is meant to be abused in the way that some people are doing. He said, too many people are suffering in the world today. Too many innocent people are being killed, and I think someone has to stand up and say there's a better way. Okay, Pope, the one thing I would say, who's actually standing up for the free people of Iran, where 45,000 of them have been murdered?
It's more
and I think someone has to stand up and say there's a better way. Yeah, if only there was someone to stand up and say...
I think by the time they get into Iran, they're going to realize that it's more than 45,000.
There's a better way for those free people of Iran that don't want to be murdered by a radical Islamic cleric. Yeah, I wish there was someone out there that could do that. Do you have any ideas, Pope? And then check this out. This is something that you guys got to know about. So Iran's leverage over the Strait of Hormuz isn't just about controlling the strait itself. Here's what they're doing, and this is wild. They have undergone a massive project that's underway right now. It could be close to completion for all we know, but they're building a new oil pipeline that goes from the north to the south end of their country along the coast so they can avoid the Strait of Hormuz. So they can just shut it down and not have to use it at all. Instead of using Karj Island, they can actually use this pipeline that's being built right now because they always knew at some point the Strait of Hormuz would be blockaded. So they've been planning for this for years. You can see it basically fully avoids the Strait of Hormuz. And then let's pop to the map real quick and do an overview of exactly what we're looking at geography-wise and where Iran is likely targeting these ships, or they might target the ports of their Gulf neighbors from using these Shahed drones. We're actually going to look at some areas where they're storing these Shahed drones. Here we are on the map, my friends. I want to bring you into where this blockade will likely be enacted here in just a few minutes. minutes from the time of this video being produced. So we know we've got the minefield right here in the Strait of Hormuz. So obviously avoiding that until we know the mine situation has been fully cleared out. And then if you look at these islands here, what Iran is like.
See, that's something else that kind of troubled me too, right? Why would they put them just in that bin right there? There was a purpose for that, because they didn't really want to mine the strait. If they did, they'd have fucking really put them in there. They did that just as a scare tactic, so they could say that they dropped mines. Because, I mean, it's 30 miles wide through there. I know that don't look a lot through that screen right there, but 30 miles of ocean is a long distance.
Likely going to do is potentially try to harass some of the different ships that are a part of the blockade. Good luck, right? We know Iran doesn't have much left, but Larak Island, this is called the Larak toll booth. This is where they are operating from, mafia style, trying to collect those tolls. And we know they've directed the actual ships up near Larak. So if I was a betting man, I would say a lot of the different ships that will be harassing oil tankers, potentially trying to harass the U.S. Navy, will come from Larak. Lots of Shaheed.
Yeah, that very well possibly could be, because, you know, for them freighters and stuff to go through there, they're normally about 40 feet deep. And you don't want to get one of them boats in, 20 foot deep of water, because anything could happen. Sandbar. Does anybody remember the ship in Savannah, Georgia, that rolled over, that they were just trying to turn around?
Launch vehicle sites here. So this might be the actual area where Iran is launching a lot of those Shaheed drones towards the actual oil ships themselves. So will Iran step that up and ramp that up? Well, with the ships now closer to the Iranian shore because of their minefield, at this point, all bets are off. Will they unleash these Shaheed drones again? We'll see here soon. The IRGC's Navy has fired back with heated rhetoric. They're declaring that no port in the Persian Gulf or Gulf of Oman will be safe if their facilities face any pressure. This aggressive chest thumping, it really reveals Tehran's pattern of escalation instead of compromise. Even as the 2-week ceasefire looks increasingly shaky after those marathon talks collapse, it highlights why the United States is going to have to project this clear strength, because the regime continues chasing that nuclear desire to have a nuclear weapon. And now we could see this escalating into actually Iran targeting Gulf neighbor ports. So this is classic American sea power at work. And the coming hours of what happens next in this conflict could reshape the entire Persian Gulf. After those 21-hour negotiations collapsed, Vice President J.D. Vance made it pretty clear Iran rejected the core requirements, which centered around no nuclear weapons. Tehran pointed fingers at the U.S., saying that the U.S. had excessive demands. President Trump has responded now with decisive action, tasking the Navy through CENTCOM to launch this precise blockade targeting Iranian-linked maritime traffic in the Strait of Hormuz, 10 a.m. Eastern time. Let's go to X right now for the latest breaking news on what's going on with this blockade. Here we are on X, my friends, and check this out. So U.S. Central Command just dropped this yesterday. U.S. to blockade ships entering or exiting Iranian ports, and they go on saying the blockade will be enforced impartially against vessels of all nations entering or departing Iranian ports and coastal areas, including all Iranian ports on the Arabian Gulf and Gulf of Oman. CENTCOM forces will not impede freedom of navigation for vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz. So is Iran going to open the conflict back up right now in the next few minutes? It's likely going to be a very deceptive campaign that they do. Whatever they do could include unmanned underwater vehicles, could include fast attack craft, even though most of those have been taken out. But the spokesperson right here has basically stated that no port in the Persian Gulf will be safe if Iranian ports are threatened, after the U.S. military announced a blockade of Iranian ports starting Monday. So this guy right here, he is the mouthpiece of the regime that's like, yeah, we don't want to lose our oil from China, because that's literally all that's propping us up. And remember, the inner regime itself, they are focused on keeping the IRGC happy. The politicians have to keep the IRGC happy, and the way they do that is with good old cash. They basically line their pockets to keep them acting as the muscle arm of the Mullah and Ayatollah class, which seems to kind of still have a stronghold. And then I have a little treat for you guys. So the IRGC, as they do, they put out this propaganda video, which I thought was relatively hilarious, basically showing the conflict go down should this whole port blockade take place, which looks like it is right now. So let's have a little view of this.
Gaza is at a tipping point. The adults who are malnourished.
Yeah.
Oh, I want one of these aircraft carrier Legos, please.
Failed it to talks. Now they want to blockade the strait. Hormuz hustle. Hormuz hustle. You want to blockade us with
Hormuz hustle. Here we go. This is, I think Kanye is going to pick this song up eventually.
we already run the muscle. Blockade our blockade. Go ahead, try your luck.
Oh, they got a little mine up there. Check that out. So yeah, so they're focused on throwing that threat out there, the threat of the mines. That's one of the big things they still are holding on
You
to.
scared to come close, keep running. What the talks fell apart. Now you screaming blockade, but we already control the flow.
So President Trump just confirmed that if the IRGC deploys any ships near American Strait blockades, they will be immediately eliminated using the same systems of kill that we use against the drug dealers on boats at sea. It is quick and brutal.
So I guess the aircraft carrier just like fell over somehow. Just tipped over.
The rate every ship pays, total stays away from the gate. You threaten to stop us, boy, you're way too late.
Oh, that one missile's firing backwards. Whoops. Oh man, weird. Sorry about that. We fired this one backwards.
Gas prices rising, your allies in panic mode while we sit back laughing. Y'all dig
This guy, they've got cannons. They've got cannons along the cliffside.
in your own hole. You talk real big, but your Navy stays far. Scared of our mines and missiles. That's who you are. Hormuz hustle. What happened to boots on the ground? Where's the invasion? You talk so tough.
Oh yeah, they're like, oh yeah, you guys should have invaded. That's what you should have done. Yeah, that's a strategic blunder. So that's what Iran would have wanted.
Now you're hiding in hesitation. You beg for ceasefire.
Wow. Okay, I think we get the point here. They're saying basically the U.S. is completely losing everything. So yeah, IRGC, just keep building your little pretty Lego sets, okay? And it's pretty clear when the U.S. Navy shows up like this, Iran's ports are about to get the kind of long, firm pounding that they've been avoiding for years. And how Tehran reacts under this new pressure will change everything that happens with the conflict going forward, because Iran wasted no time labeling the blockade illegal piracy, with the IRGC releasing videos of their forces shadowing American ships and issuing warnings of wider retaliation. But the geography plays into this whole thing, showing that the showdown could happen with these two navies, with whatever's left of the IRGC Navy. I mean, at this point, is it basically a rowboat with a couple missile launchers on it? The IRGC is like, we're going to chase you down with our rowing team, because essentially...
Two newly acquired Russian Mi-28 helicopters delivered to Iran shortly before the war are seeing operations over Tehran. I think that's how you say it. They got some fucked up names. It's hard for them to say that shit.
We have nothing left with an engine. But this defiance from Iran, it follows repeated grifting and delays from the regime itself, potentially even, some would say, broken commitments during the fragile ceasefire that's now stretched thin on day 45 of the broader conflict. And Iran is saying that there is broken commitments because Israel continuously struck Lebanon after the ceasefire. For some reason, they thought Lebanon was a piece of the ceasefire, but J.D. Vance basically came out and said that was never on the table. But while the regime in Iran projects toughness, its economy is likely already feeling the strain from their disrupted oil flows. Because remember, their oil hasn't been disrupted before. They've been able to continuously pump that oil to China, and it just was allowed to happen. So the regime was getting lots of money with what some have said is $100 million in revenue per tanker. But one wrong move from Tehran right now could ignite this powder keg that we've all been watching into an even bigger inferno. Let's break down the reality of what could happen if this actually goes hot. The U.S. Navy's lineup, it demonstrates unmatched versatility and reach. The carrier strike groups act as mobile forward bases, launching fighters and support aircraft that maintain constant watch across hundreds of miles. Arleigh Burke-class destroyers serve as versatile workhorses. Their Aegis radars deliver superior tracking, while missiles and guns handle surface or aerial threats with flexibility. Quiet submarines provide stealthy intelligence and positioning beneath the waves, where Iran has no idea they're even there. Impossible for Iran to easily counter those submarines. Smaller patrol craft manage close quarters intercepts and boardings, and layered air support ranging from fast jets to maritime patrol planes and helicopters deliver persistent coverage of the busy strait and even the nearby coastlines, getting an even better view of what's going on in Iran. Basically being able to look into the window of the mullahs and be like, hey, what are you guys doing in there? You see one of the mullahs complaining to his girlfriend about his wife. She's just so demanding right now. Doesn't she know we're under a blockade? But these assets from the U.S. Navy feed commanders instant information.
So they're saying that the allies are telling him, we are not supporting this block. God dang it. U.S. allies loudly reject Trump's scheme to block Hormuz, not getting dragged in. The United Kingdom and several other countries reject Washington's plans to impose blockade on Iran ports and target ships, which has gone into effect Monday. Prime Minister Ken Starmer, I need my glasses, made clear this stance that we are not supporting the blockade. In a fresh interview with BBC Radio, he emphasized that the UK is not getting dragged into the U.S.-Israel war against Iran, but still stated that it's vital that we get the strait open and fully open. As fully expected, Spain's government also condemned the U.S. move, with the country's defense minister, whoever the fuck that name is, having said it's just another episode in the downward spiral we've slipped into, adding that Trump and Netanyahu want to impose rules on the international community, which is ideologically idiotic, however you say it. Earlier, we support France is working with the UK on conference to organize a strictly defense and peaceful mission to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. President Macron said, as regards the Strait of Hormuz, in coming days, together with UK, will organize a conference with those countries prepared to contribute alongside US to a peaceful mission aimed at restoring freedom and navigation in the strait. He added, this strictly defense mission separates from the warning parties of the conflict, is intended to be deployed as soon as, I hate when they use all these fucking fancy words. In other words, they ain't doing shit. Or Europe would support,
enabling exact decisions that keep legitimate traffic moving while clamping down on Iranian activity. The result is a tightly woven professional network built on years of rigorous preparation and even a practice run when it came to Venezuela. And with all that hardware sliding into position, Iran's getting the kind of thorough cavity search screening that none of us were ready for this morning when we went through TSA. But if this layered net holds, the strategic chess match could shift the balance of power overnight.
It's a joke. I can't hardly watch him, man. He may be a good dude in person.
President Trump giving an update on the ceasefire with Iran over peace talks over the weekend fell through.
I would say it's holding well.
Meet Steve.
Meet Steve.
Steve reads the room and then goes against it. With
you till about 1 o'clock. We do have some breaking news here, which is that the White House and President Trump's blockade of the Strait of Hormuz has now gone into effect. President Trump sending out this on a Truth Social post just a couple of minutes ago, saying Iran's Navy is laying at the bottom of the sea, completely obliterated 158 ships. What we have not hit are their small number of what they call fast attack ships, because we did not consider them much of a threat. Warning, if any of these ships come anywhere close to our blockade, they will be immediately eliminated, all caps, using the same system of kill that we use against the drug dealers on boats at sea. It is quick and brutal. P.S.
Yeah, we already seen that, buddy.
Joining me right now, CNN senior military analyst, retired Admiral James Stavridis. Thank you so much for being here, focusing in on this blockade that is set to set in, according to U.S. Central Command, at 10 a.m. Eastern. If this happens, what is a blockade going to look like in reality, Admiral? And practically, what is going to be required of the U.S. Navy to pull it off?
Hey, you dumb bitch. Did that dumb bitch really just say that shit? Bitch, it's been blocked. What the fuck are you talking about? Some of these people, I just can't with these motherfuckers. I just cannot. They blocked the strait. It's been
Let's
blocked.
start with a little bit of confusion over what the intent is here. What we heard from President Trump initially was a full and complete blockade, a shutdown, if you will, of the Strait of Hormuz. What has now developed and what we're hearing from Central Command, Admiral Brad Cooper, the commander, is more nuanced and I think the right answer, which is to blockade the Iranian ports. That's an important distinction. So let's assume it's the latter. How do you do that? You need 1 or 2 aircraft carriers in the region to put up air cover. You need a dozen surface combatants, Kate, so cruisers, frigates, destroyers, to actually station themselves off the Iranian ports. You need a couple of dozen small, fast patrol craft. The Emirates and the Saudis have these kind of craft, corvettes, patrol boats. And then you're going to need land-based air to maintain air superiority. So this will be a huge and resource-intensive effort. And I'll close with this. The good news is, having now pounded the Iranians militarily, this goes after their economy, but it does it in a way that doesn't blow up the entire oil.
I bet the fishing is off the fucking charts over there right now. Ain't nobody fishing over there.
Infrastructure. So let's see how the blockade unfolds, but it's going to be resource intensive and it could be very risky.
I'll play something that Democratic Senator Mark Warner said about this and the question on the connection between imposing a blockade and the broader objective of the United States to get the Strait of Hormuz fully reopened. Let me play this.
But I don't understand how blockading the strait is going to somehow push the Iranians into opening it. I don't get the connection there. You're going to see these energy prices continue at record levels, not for weeks, but months and years. And how blockading the strait gets it open suddenly, I don't get that logic.
It's blocked already.
What do you think of that?
I think that is a very common response across the country, is just head scratching. How does this work? And this gets back, Kate, to where we started the conversation. It's the distinction between simply shutting down the strait completely, which is what I think Senator Warner is responding to, and the more nuanced closure of the Iranian ports, because these are two different tasks. Blockading Iran will, in fact, hurt their economy deeply. They depend on oil coming out of those ports.
Damn, Bulldog. And you sure you want to get rid of that electric bicycle? You better keep that thing.
The second task is to open the strait for everybody else. That's where I think this has landed in the cold light of a Monday morning. So watch for U.S. Navy and hopefully European minesweepers to go into that strait next, clear it for everybody else while we blockade the Iranian.
Bro, you don't see no fishing boats out there, nothing. I bet there's some monsters over there, smart mouth.
I think that is what the administration is intending here.
Does it effectively do what they are intending, which would be cripple the Iranian economy? Do you think a blockade like this can completely stop Iranians from getting their
Hey, British Bulldog, we all are. We all are.
Oil out, or is there are there cracks in the system?
Of course,
my money is
cracks in the system. Think back to our own history, Kate. American Civil War. The North blockaded the South. Thousands of miles of coastline, took hundreds and hundreds of U.S. Navy ships. Plan Anaconda, named for the snake that constricts its opponent. What the administration aims to do is to accomplish that, but it could take time. It took 3 years plus in the American Civil War to really bring that Confederate economy to its knees. That's the hope here. And last thought, we should recognize Iran.
My problem is I don't want to get rid of nothing.
They can put more mines in the strait. They can use terrorism globally. They can use cyber attacks, perhaps aided by the Russians. They still have cards to play, and the one that worries me the most, they could go after the Gulf Arab states' oil infrastructure using short-range ballistic missiles and terror. So this staring contest between Tehran and Washington is about to come to a culmination. We'll see who blinks.
Joining me now is Colonel Cedric Layton to help us understand this morning's developments. So, Colonel, can you explain to us?
All right, let's watch this clip right here.
Hey everybody, Jacob with Georgia Solar.
Hey everybody.
Just going over another project we recently completed in North Florida.
Well, they pay fucking
All right,
dearly
now
for that
10:30.
shit.
Have been watching us. We've been waiting for this window. It is open. And a moment ago, President Trump posting this on True Social, writing the following: Iran's Navy is laying at the bottom of the sea, completely obliterated 158 ships. What we have not hit are their small number of what they call fast attack ships, because we did not consider them much of a threat. Warning, if any of these ships come anywhere close to our blockade, they will be immediately eliminated using the same system of kill that we use against the drug dealers on boats at sea.
I'm
It is quick
faster
and
than the
brutal.
news.
P.S.
Holy
98.2% of drugs coming to the U.S. by ocean or sea have stopped. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So that was posted a moment ago. From the region, we go live to Tel Aviv in the Middle East, and Trey Yanks to get the view from there today. Trey, hello.
Yeah, hey, Bill, good morning. The U.S. blockade of Iranian ports is now in effect. The region waits to see how and if the Iranians will respond. U.S. Central Command giving some new
So
details
this
on
is
this
what
blockade,
this
saying
what
the
the New
blockade will be
York
enforced in part.
Post. This is what the New York Post posted. Whoever's calling the shots in Iran wasted yet another chance for peace over the weekend, and now President Trump will again call Tehran's bluff. Iran's negotiators refused to satisfy American demands Saturday in talks with Pakistan, as regime leaders bet that playing the Strait of Hormuz card would get Trump to blink. Instead, he played it right back at them, announcing his own blockade so that Iran's oil exports, which had continued despite the war, will also be blocked. Trump brilliantly calls Iran's bluff with his own Strait of Hormuz blockage. See, now I know the New York Post hadn't really been posting in Trump
Against
favor.
vessels of all nations entering or departing Iranian ports and coastal areas, including all Iranian ports on the Arabian Gulf and Gulf of Oman. CENTCOM forces will not impede freedom of navigation for vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz to and from non-Iranian ports. This critical step by the United
So
States
Trump
comes
just
after
posted on
negotiations.
True Social, 34 ships went through the Strait of Hormuz yesterday, which is by far the highest number since the foolish closure began.
Islamabad, Pakistan finished without a deal. Reports indicate major gaps on the issues of strait control and uranium enrichment. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he spoke with Vice President J.D. Vance after the talks.
The explosion came from the American side, which could not tolerate the blatant violation of the agreement to enter negotiations by Iran. The agreement was that the fire stops, and the Iranians immediately open the strait. They did not do it. The Americans could not accept this.
On Sunday, Netanyahu visited southern Lebanon, where the fight against Hezbollah continues. He was joined by Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz. Today, Hezbollah continued rocket and drone attacks over the border against northern Israel. Now, Bill, right now, the Israeli military has raised the alert level across the country over concerns that Iran may get directly involved in the fight once again, following the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and the blocking of Iranian ports.
Oh,
Bill?
okay, a lot to track. Thank you, Trey. Good to have you on it. Back there, Tel Aviv, Israel. Trey Yanks.
So let's bring in Rebecca Heinrich, senior fellow at the Hudson Institute.
Who
with
thinks that they're
33
going to
minutes
go all
into this
in?
blockade.
Who thinks Iran's going to go all in?
What do you think of the strategy?
I think it's really smart, Dana. I think, Vice President Vance went in and really tried to negotiate in good faith. They gave about a dozen hours or more, I think it was, marathon negotiations. And the U.S. side really hasn't changed about what we're demanding. We want a total safe passage to the Strait of Hormuz. We want a complete dismantlement of Iran's illegal nuclear program.
I don't know,
We
them
want Iran to
apartments
stop
are
funding its
good
terrorist
fucking
proxies. And the
investment,
Iranian, the
man.
rump regime that discussing with Vice President Vance.
I made a lot of money
wouldn't
refurbishing
concede.
them.
And they really do not have any leverage against the United States. As we talked about before, Dana, President Trump hasn't even
hard at work.
So
Wanna be a
David
part of it?
just
Listen
posted
up.
again. He usually
Hello.
don't post unless.
Welcome in, everyone. I hope you guys are doing great wherever you're watching from today. I'm filming this on April 13th. The United States blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is officially underway at this hour. We have warships scrambling in. Attack helicopters are in the air. President Trump releasing new announcements, plus many more updates with the situation. So we got a lot to get into. Before we get into it, as always, please make sure to like and subscribe. Totally free, cost you nothing at all. Huge boost to the channel. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Will this strategy work? Will we end up boarding Chinese ships? Will the bombs start falling again? Let me know in the comments below. Hit the notification bell. All notifications turned on. You won't miss a thing. And then Instagram, David_Hookstead, XD Hookstead. That's where you can find me on social media. My DMs are wide open. Send me any tips you got. Now let's get into it. So I'm going to put this up on the screen right away. This is a release from President Donald Trump after the blockade went into effect today. It went into effect at 10 Eastern time here in America. Any ships attempting to leave that visited Iranian ports will be interdicted, will be stopped, and will be boarded by the United States military. As we've talked about, most of those ships are Chinese, which creates a massive potential risk, a showdown between the two sides, the United States and China. But President Donald Trump announcing Iran's Navy is laying at the bottom of the sea, completely obliterated 158 ships. What we have not hit are their small number of what they call fast attack ships, because we did not consider them much of a threat. Warning, if any of these ships come anywhere near close to our blockade, they will be eliminated using the same system of kill that we use against the drug dealers on boats at sea.
What's up, Jimmy?
Quick and brutal. P.S. 98.2% of drugs coming to the U.S. by ocean or sea have been stopped. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So we talked about this actually in a previous video. Their big Navy ships are completely gone. They've all been sunk. They've all been blown up, but they still retain these small, fast attack ships that each carry 3, 4, 5 missiles on them that they can scramble into the Strait of Hormuz and try to bomb our Navy ships with, try to bomb civilian commercial ships with. That is the gravest threat at this hour as the Strait of Hormuz crisis continues to escalate. So President Trump announcing that after the blockade went into effect, if any Iranian ships attempt to get near our ships or commercial shipping vessels that are not aligned with Iran, they will be blown up immediately. On that note, a senior U.S. official stating that 15 U.S. warships are rushing in to enforce the blockade. 15 ships, they all carry cruise missiles. Many of them, if not all of them, also have helicopter capabilities. So what we are seeing right now is the United States military
for sure
arming up, getting ready to enforce this, thunder running the Strait of Hormuz if necessary, and we are going to make it clear to the Iranian forces we are locked, cocked, and ready to rock for action if and when the time comes. 15 U.S. destroyers Arleigh Burke-class destroyers, a mix of other ships now on the move to enforce President Trump's blockade. Next up, the Iranian military spokesman, who you can see here, saying a couple things. First, saying U.S. restrictions on vessels in international waters is illegal. That's hilarious because right now Iran is trying to control international waters with the Strait of Hormuz. But further saying if the U.S. imposes a blockade, Iran says it will decisively implement a permanent mechanism to control the Strait of Hormuz. Well, the blockade is underway. We are on the brink. We are on a collision course to some kind of significant conflict and likely the war restarting over the Strait of Hormuz blockade. Both sides, the Iranians are blockading all non-Iranian aligned ships. Now the United States blockading all.
President, one on Cuba. You previously said that you had no problem with countries sending fuel to Cuba after previously promising to tariff them. What happened? What changed?
Well, we're going to see with Cuba. Cuba's another story. Cuba's been a terribly run country for a long time. It's got a bad system. It's been very oppressive, as you know. And we have a lot of great Cuban Americans, all of whom just about voted for me. And they were treated very badly. In many cases, family members have been killed. They've been beaten up and mugged, and like terrible things happened in Cuba. And Cuba's a failing nation. And we're going to do this. And we may stop by Cuba after we're finished with this. But Cuba.
Holy shit. Trump's fucking spanking everybody.
Horribly run for many years by Castro. We can't let a country blackmail or extort the world, because that's what they're doing. They're really blackmailing the world. We're not going to let that happen. And, you know, the amazing thing is we don't, can you believe this? We don't use the Strait. We don't need the Strait. We have our own oil and gas, much more than we need. We have more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia. Think of this. We produce more. Saudi Arabia, and add Russia to it, substantially more. And by next year, we'll have double that amount. So we don't need it, but the world needs it. And many ships are heading to our country right now as we speak to load up with the best. Really, I guess you could say, somebody said the best and sweetest. I don't know exactly what sweet is, but
which is true. I showed y'all this morning on Marine Tracker. They're headed to the Gulf.
When it relates to oil, it's a good thing. But they're coming to our country right now. There are many boats coming to our country. Now, it could very well be this is going to be settled before that. We've been called this morning by the right people, the appropriate people, and they want to work a deal. They would like to work a deal. And I can tell you that we've been called by the other side. They'd like to make a deal very badly.
All right, that's all shit there.
Iranian aligned ships, which could be Iranian and Chinese. So, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot stress this enough. We are in a very, very serious moment here. And right here, we have footage that shows Russian Mi-28 attack helicopters that have been supplied to Iran are in the air. So I'm going to pause it right here. These are the Mi-28. They're kind of the Russian version of the Apache or the Cobra. They are scrambling these helicopters. They are airborne. We do not know what they are doing. We do not know if it's the plan for these helicopters to try to escort oil tankers out of the Strait of Hormuz. Is the plan for these helicopters to target any U.S. Navy ships, or are they just patrolling to make sure no protesters take to the streets? We do not know, but attack helicopters, Iranian attack helicopters, are in the air at this moment as the blockade is underway. At the same time, Iraqis reporting massive fighter jet activity over Al-Qaim in western Iraq, likely linked to supporting enforcement of blockade. So it appears we have fighter jets at this hour headed to the Strait of Hormuz, passing over Iraqi airspace to make sure this blockade is enforced and that there is no breaking of the blockade. So we are almost in a Cuban Missile Crisis without the nukes yet situation. Who is going to blink first? Who is going to back down first? All bets are off. And then right here to tell you how the blockade is going, says U.S. blockade deters sanction falsely flagged Richard Starry, which turned around not much longer after it came into force. So a tanker right here immediately turning around after being confronted with the United States military, was getting near Lark Island and then turned around and started to flee the area. Now, China is a huge part of this. China is saying the strait was open before the war, blaming the U.S. for this situation, and that we are responsible.
Disruptions to the passage through the Strait of Hormuz is the illegal U.S.-Israeli military operations against Iran. Ceasefire as well as peace and stability in the Gulf region are the fundamental prerequisites to keep the international shipping route safe and unimpeded. Parties need to work together to promote de-escalation and prevent regional turmoil from having a greater impact on global economy and energy security.
So the Chinese weighing in there right now, a Chinese official weighing in on the Strait of Hormuz. And like I said, we're going to be living in a different ball game.
Listen, you got to let people have their own opinion, right? Just because you don't agree with somebody on every topic don't mean that you got to unfollow them or not pay. You know what I mean? Just they got a different view at it right now. It's okay. That's what makes us unique.
If and when all of a sudden we start boarding Chinese ships, I hope everyone is 100% ready for what that could entail. So next up, Trey Yinks reporting the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which is in the Red Sea, the gateway to the Red Sea, could also be closed by the Houthis. Let's watch his report of Fox News right here.
Absolutely. We're talking about Bab al-Mandeb, which is a different area where the Iranians could use their proxy, the Houthis in Yemen, to try to block off international shipping. And they have threatened to do this if there is a blockade on their ports near the Strait of Hormuz. Now, we saw in the past the Houthis getting directly involved in this conflict. And Brian, you and I have talked about this. It's a major concern that the Iranians may try to use one of their largest proxies, the Houthis, to launch missiles or drones at vessels in the Red Sea.
Smart man.
Absolutely.
So right there, we are now concerned about whether or not the Red Sea will also be shut down by the Houthis. The Houthis have entered the war to a low degree, launching missiles at Israel. But the question is, will they shut down the Red Sea and completely isolate the region? That is what everyone is waiting to see. And then right here from Barack Ravid of Axios.
You know what? If it's going to be the end of time, it's just going to be the end of time. It's nice knowing you, but let it roll, I guess. Shit, get it over with. The hell with all the, what do they call it when you're waiting on something? Anxiety of it. Just fuck it. Let it go. Shit. You ain't gonna know anyway.
Egypt and Turkey will continue talks with the U.S. and Iran in the coming days.
Let my last thought be of me fishing. So I'm just forever in time just fishing. I'll be all right with that.
An effort to bridge the remaining gaps to reach a deal to end the war. The door is not closed. It's bizarre, a regional source said. My story on Axios. So right here, Pakistan, Egypt, and Turkey are attempting to make sure negotiations continue to bring an end to the war after negotiations initially failed.
Twins, though. They've been grifting off the white-black thing for a long, long time. Nobody should get famous just because they say shit like that. You know what I mean? I have always wondered how people get famous for that type of shit.
And then I'm going to put this up on the screen for you next. The New York Post reporting that Iranian officials are weighing whether to give up uranium enrichment as a condition to end the war. So far, they have not given up the enriched uranium. The United States have made it clear, we want that enriched uranium. You will never be allowed to build a nuke. Give us the enriched uranium. So far, that deal has not occurred. The other option, which we've talked about at length on this channel, is they also could do a ground operations with special operations to just essentially rip it right out of their hands. We do have teams that train for this. We do have teams that are experts in this, but it would be risky. You would have to go in under fire. You'd have to set up a perimeter, and you'd have to get in excavation equipment. So it'd be far from, easy. And then lastly, right here, the Israelis releasing footage of drones being shot down that were fired by Hezbollah in Lebanon. You can see the footage right there as they continue to strike a variety of different targets. So as of me filming this video, U.S. warships are rushing in, a total of 15 warships. President Trump saying that any ship that makes it out or any Iranian ship that opens fire on the U.S. will be blown up. At the same time, attack helicopters are in the air. So we got a lot of moving pieces. I will continue to monitor the situation. As always, guys.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform.
Law enforcement more than me, but Comey's a totally dirty cop, and we're not gonna stand for it. Yeah.
The UFC fight that's happening at the White House this summer. UFC typically numbers those
This
fights.
cracker ordered McDonald's and had it DoorDash. This is the fucking DoorDash lady standing next to him. How crazy is that?
Consecutively, but should they label this one UFC 1776?
That's a good idea. I'll tell that to Dana White. I like that idea. I will say I've been involved with a lot of big events. I've never had an event that's had more interest in the UFC fight that we have right at the front door. Right there, they're going to start building about a 4,500 seat arena. And then in the back at the Ellipse, we're going to have maybe 100,000, 50 to 100,000 people. I guess they're building tremendous stages, and you're going to have massive screens at the fight. And it's a very popular sport. But I have never been involved because of the White House and everything. There's a lot of reasons for it. But we're having a fight at the White House on June 14th, and we're going to have an arena built right at the front door. And if you want, is your husband up to coming? Does he like UFC?
He might.
If he's feeling good, we'll make sure you come. Okay.
That would be wonderful.
That's better than the tip I just gave you. That's a lot better. But no, he's feeling good, right? Is he doing okay? Is he going to be?
He's doing very well. He's doing very well. He actually, during the process, he wrote a book. And
go ahead, give him the name. Maybe you're saying.
He hasn't had it published yet, but it's a book on humility, and his name is Leo, and he's just
good guy.
Doing good. He's doing great.
How long are you married?
We have been married for 6 years.
Oh, so
but we've, like most people, we've been together for over 10. So
that's very good. Cool. So that's right. Let's just say hello to him. He's going to be good. Okay, he's going to get better, and he's going to be good.
Yes, sir.
Good.
Yes,
well, I want to thank you all, and I especially want to thank you for being here.
Well, I want to thank you for the no tax on tips.
Sorry, that's good.
It has helped my family out immensely, and I definitely appreciate it.
So, the one thing that I just in leaving, we've had more good press for change, having to do with the fact that people are receiving more money from tax refunds than they ever thought possible. We had a man the other day got $5,000. Another one got $7,000. They weren't expecting anything like this, and it's because of the great, big, beautiful bill. And that's why you came, and I really appreciate it. And tell your husband to get better.
I will.
And if he's feeling good, you'll come up and you'll watch that fight.
All right. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Any update on
Thank you.
DOJ? though,
Thank
Mr.
you.
President? You want to leave DOJ? Any update on who you want to leave DOJ? We did it
Well, I think Todd is doing a fantastic job. I will say that. He's a great lawyer. I know that because he's been with me a long time. And so far, he's doing a great job. But we have incredible people in the DOJ getting better all the time. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, sir.
He don't hate the working class. See, that's the thing that I think a lot of people get confused, right? And you already know this, smart mouth. He is a working man's president. He's had to mingle with the people his whole life. That's how he's made his living, dealing with construction workers and shit like that. That's why so many people lost their mind when he said, grab him from the pussy. I mean, come on, man. We all fucking kid around and joke around like that on the job. Why these fucking people lose their shit, I have no idea. Oh, he's calling her in the Oval Office. What in the fucking hell is going on? He's making sure. That's what's up. He's making sure that he gets her information. Ain't that something? Ain't that something?
Force and Navy. And so we're going to try this very limited blockade of Iranian ports. It's going to hurt the Iranians way more than it hurts everybody else. And we're going to see if we can actually get the Iranians to capitulate.
So while you were speaking, I was hoping they would pull it up here. This is what J.D. Vance said are the red lines for America. And we pulled up here on the board. You mentioned many of them, including the dismantlement of all nuclear enrichment facilities. But the last one is fully open the Strait of Hormuz, charging no tolls for passage. That would just be back to the status quo ante. But I'm curious, what do you think the Iranians' threshold for pain is in terms of their economy? Because they don't care. One of the reasons there was the protest beforehand is that the economy was in shambles. The people were up in arms. They were upset about it. And the Iranians said, we'll give you an additional $7 a month. Well, that's not going to cut it. So This is going to bring more economic pain to the Iranians, but will the regime actually feel that pain?
$7 a month.
So it's really important that we differentiate between the
I done
Iranian
drank
people and the Iran
$7
regime. So
worth
you're
of
really
Red
right
Bulls
to do
since
that,
we've
Dana.
been
So
live.
any threats
The fuck
against
is that?
things that would affect the Iranian people disproportionately than the Iran regime itself, it's not going to change the behavior of this rump regime. The only thing that's going to change the behavior of the rump regime, if anything at all, is threatening their life. So threatening the actual regime leaders, the IRGC, which the Israelis have been very effective at fully penetrating into this leadership. There's that, and then there's also just completely cutting off their ability to carry out any kind of attacks at all, which is what I think this blockade against these Iranian ports are going to do, because this is the lifeblood into funding the regime. And again, it's meant to change their behavior to see if we can get this current rump regime to capitulate and essentially say, okay, we're going to cooperate and be more pragmatic. Or if this doesn't work, then I would suspect the United States is going to resume carrying out further attacks to create more pressure and pain against the regime to get more compliant leadership in place.
Okay, and then we have 1 minute left. So Israel is continuing to target Hezbollah. This has also been an issue of contention in the negotiations. Watch here from Danny Danon.
We have no beef with Lebanon. On the contrary, we want to see a sovereign Lebanon, and we have a mutual enemy that's fighting the sovereignty of Lebanon, which is Hezbollah. So we are welcoming the talks, the negotiations, but we know that the Lebanese government, they are very weak, and hopefully, they will have the courage to confront Hezbollah.
So the Israelis are saying, we're not going to leave these terrorists on the border, but that is a bone of contention that the Iranians have because they support them.
Which is really interesting because Iran has contended for years and years that they do not support Hezbollah. But clearly, part of the U.S. goal in Epic Fury is for the Iran regime to stop supporting its proxies. Hezbollah has been one. Vice President Vance has been clear that was not a condition for the United States to implement our ceasefire. So Israel can continue to take out Hezbollah in Lebanon. And by the way, the Lebanese government has said that the Iranian ambassador there was persona non grata. So we need to separate Hezbollah from Lebanon. I would suspect these attacks to continue, again, on the part of Israel's side, because they can't afford to let Hezbollah continue to exist there, Dana.
Rebecca, love having you. Thank you so much for this morning.
Thanks, Dana.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox.
Pyeongchang province.
Every time Sok Dalin shuts this door, she worries her family may not have a home to return to. She lost her job during the COVID-19 pandemic and started borrowing money to cover expenses. Before she knew it, she'd racked up more than $10,000 in debt, paying interest as high as 5% a month with her house as collateral. She says it feels impossible to escape the debt cycle.
I can't make the loan payments because I don't have a stable job, and I just don't make enough money. The interest alone is too much to handle.
When Dalin couldn't pay her bank loan, she turned to microfinance institutions. And when she maxed out on microloans, she borrowed from private lenders.
Microfinancing institutions like this have served as a lifeline for Cambodians who don't have access to traditional banks. But the surge in credit has created one of the world's worst personal debt crises. Figures from 2024 show that of the country's 3.8 million households, nearly all of them, 3.1 million, had microloans worth more than $18 billion. And inflation, as a result of the fuel shortage, is threatening to aggravate the problem.
Amsamat says predatory practices by lenders have made it necessary for his rights group, the CADO, to advocate for financial literacy.
They often force borrowers to sell their property, but that's illegal unless there's a court decision.
Farmers like Choi Salud are some of the most vulnerable. They rarely make enough profit, he says, to run their farms.
Most of us have no option other than to take on debt. In the end, many farmers sell their cattle or farmland and abandon farming altogether.
And the Iran war
Exactly
started
what
as
happened
Cambodian
here,
farmers are at the end of the harvest season and preparing
Exactly
to plant
what
new
they did
crops,
to the
a period
American
that requires more diesel fuel, which has doubled in price. Barn below Al Jazeera, Kampong Chenang, Cambodia.
Energy prices are creating a cost of living crisis in India. In the northern Uttar Pradesh state, it sparked protests for a higher minimum wage. Some turned violent. Police were deployed in the industrial city of Noida. That was after people set fire to vehicles and damaged property. And similar protests took place in the state of Haryana last week.
You know what they did to the American farmer here was disgraceful.
Anger there forced the government to hike minimum wages by 35%. Pope Leo says he'll continue to speak out against war after he was criticized by the US president.
Hey, Pope, we speaking out about y'all motherfuckers touching little boys in the asshole, too.
The head of the Roman Catholic Church is on his first official trip to Africa, where he plans to visit Algeria, Cameroon, Angola, and Equatorial Guinea. The first ever American-born Pope was the subject of an attack from Donald Trump on Sunday when he called him weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy.
We don't like a pope that's going to say that it's okay to have a nuclear weapon. We don't want a pope that says crime is okay in our city. I don't like it. I'm not a big fan of.
All right, let's switch gears. We've been watching that shit for way too fucking long. If something happens with an update, we will we'll go back to it. Anybody heard anything from my crazy cousin? He ain't been online in a couple of days. Let's go see what my crazy cousin's bitching about. Oh, he's made an appearance.
For God, don't be like everybody else and
Imagine telling you, listen to this stupid shit.
just hit the button and go live, girl. Just for God, don't be like everybody else and just try and sit in your comfort because
Just hit the button and go live. Don't be like everybody else and sit in your comfort. Okay, all right. You starting out strong?
I just want to throw this out. It's just my thinking. But you people might want to watch the Muslim stuff you're being fed right now. Because I've been watching it come for a bit.
Holy shit, this motherfucker's melting down right now.
And they want you to hate them. You can see it.
Carl, you do realize they practice like homosexuality and all kinds of shit. That shit Rusty shared with me, holy fuck. Holy shit. When I seen that, I had to click off of it. I was like,
It's like
it is smart mouth. It is.
They want everybody. They always want everybody. And hey, I say to those who want to play in the hands of Satan that are Jews, fine, you can go to hell if you want. It's your choice. You got your own free will. You know what I mean? You want to keep breaking commandments, then fuck, so be it. You know what I mean? I'm sure there's a lot of Jews that wouldn't want to be on that side of the street. You know what I mean? And they want to play in God's hands instead of Satan's. But you got to be able to stand up and be strong and say, I'm not being a part of this shenanigans.
Carl, how are you being a part of it? I don't get that.
Like, you guys really think Muslims are a threat? Like, really, how do you guys think Iran thinks you guys? How do you think the Middle East is reacting to all of this? Like all of it, really. And with Donald Trump's truths or tweets or whatever the fuck they are. You know, you say
This motherfucker is born a liberal. This dude would be out there in a giraffe suit, just like old boy this morning.
it's not all of them saying that to America, okay, guys? It's not. And Donald Trump wants to think it's, but you know what I mean? You cannot say that you're going to annihilate a whole civilization of people.
Yes, you can, and he did, and it got him to react, didn't it? This dude would not be any good at poker, for sure.
Haunt them with their God and say praise Allah. And you think, and you, you Americans are pretty bold and brash. You know what I mean? I was thinking to myself earlier, and I don't want this to happen, but what if it did? What if Iran's just been waiting for this? Like, they've known it's been coming for a while because I've known it's been coming for a while.
Well, Carl, then that would go against everything you just said about the Muslims. Now, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that just go against everything you just said?
So they gotta know. You know what I mean? They've had to have been prepared for something, knowing, hey,
he wants you to believe they're peaceful people, but yet he's also in the same breath saying they're fixing to fucking tear everything down.
it don't matter whatever we do. You know what I mean? These guys, sooner or later, But what if? What if they took out your Navy like you guys took out theirs? Hey, what if they had a way to just fucking sizzle bob boom the whole fucking Navy? Just fucking discombobulate it. That's fair in war, right? I mean, that's what your military signs up for. They know death might come. Is it for their country? Is that what they died for? Did they die for their God? I don't think so. I don't know how you guys could rationally think otherwise. They're working for Satan.
Carl, do you think the world should just align with the way that you think? Do you think everything is peaches and cream all over the world?
And that's just like anybody who wants Americans killed. They're working for Satan.
What about the 45,000 people that they're actually claiming that they murdered, Carl? What about that? That's against everything you believe in, right? Somebody's got to stand up for these people.
But when do you draw the line? Like 200 school children and for Navy, but then again, you guys took out their Navy. Everything you guys took all out. You just for what?
Carl, inside word has we're coming for Canada too.
For what? Because you can't have nuclear weapons in the hands of somebody who would be willing to wipe out a whole civilization, right? Fuck. This is retarded. This motherfucker is a retard. And you guys just can't see it because as much as you guys all like to say you got God, I don't see you having God. I really don't. I see you being fucking monkeys of Satan and doing whatever the fuck he tells you to so you can sit in your comfort.
Oh, shit. Not
I'm
monkeys.
going to remind you guys of this. Okay. Joe Biden paid, not Joe Biden, America paid to have all these immigrants brought in. So just think if it was a setup so that Donald Trump could look like a hero getting rid of a lot of criminals, right?
Exactly how they pull that off.
But that's going to be what it's just weird that in Minnesota they won't let you go.
They cut his fucking internet off, didn't they? They cut his internet. Oh shit, they took him down. Carl, what happened, Carl? This world is stupid, big time, incoming.
That sucker with some cameras, add a few extra thousands of dollars of fucking taxpayers' money. So at least they get to fucking participate a little bit better and not just take the words of free brave American astronauts, according to the Gotcha Man and one Canadian. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but yeah, apparently only Americans are brave and strong and they can be astronauts. See, this is the thing. I think they brainwashed Americans to think that they're better than everybody else. Not everybody hates them. Well, nobody likes somebody who thinks they're fucking better than everybody else. I'm telling you guys. You know what I mean? And it's just anyway.
This dude is an idiot.
Yeah, I thought that was strange and like shouldn't we be getting our full money's worth? You know what I mean? A full adventure with Artemis. You know what I mean? They could have a channel, Adventures with Artemis. You know what I mean? We can see and spot if we see anything moving out in the sky.
Hey, I started to watch this.
There. Like Mr. MRV.
I think.
All stood up.
Listen what he says right here.
On separate times and crossed the floor and said to all the people that voted them in as Republican, they just went like this and went, we're Democrats now. And we're with them. Anyways, that's what's happening in Canada. And if you look into the people that are crossing, they are not for fucking humanity. They are not for their communities. They seem to be out for themselves. You know what I mean? There's one out in the territories or something, and she's a beauty, man. Her kids and all sorts of trouble, from hurting kids. And, oh man, and it's
Listen what he
weird. It's
says
like
about the fucking the
I don't think your
spaceship.
family should be able to make money off of you. Then again, the Americans do it, so why shouldn't the Canadians? Nancy Pelosi. Oh my goodness. But anyways, we got Artemis. Hey guys, doesn't this make sense? I like, what are we to believe these days, right? Like, there's no stars in the pictures we're getting, and why are we only getting pictures? You think like that that trip around the moon is costing how many billies? How many billies? You think they could throw some fucking cameras on it so we could watch her 24 hours, eh? We could see it from the backside, the front side. We could get like, just add a couple more $1,000. I don't think it would break you guys, right? Throw some cameras on there so we can have 24-hour fucking. But why would we not have this? Or is it there? And I'm not failing to see like videos of, so we can see like, where are the stars? Like the ship leaving the fucking earth, and all of a sudden it turns around for us. Fucking like,
Oh, there's your view, buddy.
like, we get to see the moon as it's fucking twirling around it from every angle.
This motherfucker is stupid, man.
Not using their brains.
This
and not
motherfucker
doing
is
what's
just
best for
dumb.
people. But I might be wrong. Wouldn't that settle a lot of stuff? Just load that sucker with some cameras, add a few extra thousands of dollars of fucking taxpayers' money. So at least they get to fucking participate a little bit better
There's
and
the
not just take the words
stars.
of
There was fucking
free,
planet moon, all that shit.
brave
What are you
American
talking about?
astronauts, according to the Gotcha Man.
What are you talking about? Carl, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh shit. You can't with this dude.
Nobody likes somebody who thinks they're fucking better than everybody else. I'm telling you guys. You know what I mean? And it's just, anyways. Yeah, I thought that was strange.
I
and,
just laugh at him,
like,
Bulldog.
shouldn't we
I
be
just
getting her
laugh
full
at
money's
him.
worth? You know what I
I'm
mean?
gonna tell
A
you
full
right now.
adventure with Artemis. You know what I mean? They could have a channel.
Could you imagine tripping on acid with this dude? Holy fuck. You talking about the experience?
Adventures with Artemis. You know what I mean? We could see and spot if we see anything moving
Now
out
you'd
the
have to
sky.
put him in a
Like, it's out
plexiglass
there.
room by
Like Mr.
himself.
MRB gets shit thrown to him all the time. These are real videos by real
Bulldog
people.
said no
And I
thanks.
believe them because I've seen this shit for myself. And I probably got videos of it.
Oh shit.
But anyways,
I'll put a couple
you
little
guys paid
ropes in there
attention to
where he
the
could swing around
Jelly
like a
Roll
fucking monkey.
Nicole Arbor.
Holy shit.
It's good that Nicole brings, like, it's good to see shitty people bring out the light of some other people. Like, bringing up the witchy
Carl, I got news for you. They're all shitty, buddy. They're all about the money. Every one of them. I hate to tell you that.
stuff and all that. Like, we know she's using the videos of up churches and making them fit her fucking storyline. Oh man, how can you sit there and say you're a Christian and narcissistic? Oh my goodness, guys. Oh my goodness. Anyways. Oh, Nicole. Like, you guys personally know what I think about Jelly Roll. He's there trying to demasculate man. And he doesn't want to get involved in anything. He just wants to be a super good guy and not stand up for anything. Hey, bud, what do you think about the Epstein shit? What do you think?
Yeah.
What do you think about
Jelly,
the
throw away
pedophiles
your
rocking and
career,
ruling the world?
please,
Hey,
Carl.
Jelly Roll, won't you get your skinny little ass up there on stage and say, hey guys, what do you guys think about Bill Gates? Do you think it's good that him and
This
fucking Epstein were
motherfucker.
planning a fucking pandemic? And they do stuff fucking world. Like, I don't like anything Epstein's tied to, and you guys just don't seem to give a fuck. Hey, they were talking about it before it happened. Bill writes a book. He's making money. But it's for humanity. I'm tired of these fucktards trying to look good. Well, meanwhile, they're fucking beating us in the brains. They're fucking trying to make us sick. They fucking want population reduction. It ain't hard to tell because they fucking tell you. They tell you. It's so bold. We're hacking you guys just by the brain. Oh. How can I fucking try and help and unhack? I don't want you guys' brains. I want you guys to fully own and operate them. You know what I mean? That way you guys can bring your glory to God. You know what I mean? Stop fucking bringing Donald
No,
Trump
I'll check
fucking
him out.
glory. All that fucking hurts my heart. You know what I mean? Like, fuck. And Mark Carney, we just showed Carnby. I mean, he's a penetrated little pumpkin. Angelina Jolie won't let Brad Pitt go. Whatever. I mean, remember when her and fucking Twinkle Toes there were drinking each other's blood too? Speaking of drinking each other's blood, Megan Fox. We're gonna get there. Like, I really think that that's grooming children, and that's fucking them up, making them be something that they don't fucking want to be. I think that's horrible. I think that that's the worst thing you can do to children. Fuck, well, not
And the U.S. takeaway from Ukraine's drone program, and why is this important right now? And I received this copy of Ilya Sakharin's Rise of the Machines by the author himself. And I have to say, this book really got me thinking about America and even NATO's lack of serious drone doctrines and infrastructure. And for those of you who don't know Ilya Sakharin, he's a naturalized Canadian. He was born in Ukraine. He later returned to Ukraine in 2019. When the war broke out, he just kind of jumped into the fight. He's a trained drone operator, and he later wrote some influential memos and text messages encouraging the Ukrainian government to adapt a more radical drone strategy, among other things. His book, Rise of the Machines, explores the drone revolution that unfolded in Ukraine and implications there and beyond. You know, both sides of the conflict in Ukraine died from drone attacks more than anything else. And think about that for a moment. Used to be artillery. When the war started, the most casualty producing weapon was artillery. The Russians, by some estimates, have suffered up to 1.2 million, maybe even more deaths and wounded in this war. And drones have allowed the Ukrainian people to marshal a difficult to counter defense against Russian attacks. Drones, as explored in Ilya's book here, include sea, air, and land-based platforms, all of which are continually being used, tested, and innovated upon on both sides of the conflict. And kind of what makes this book stand out for me was Ilya's discussion on new ways to use drones on the battlefield and how Ukraine is becoming the test bed for the next generation of war powered by inexpensive, discardable, and unmanned systems. On the subject of drones, did you know the Pentagon is weighing putting a laser weapon at Fort McNair, which is the residence of the Secretary of War and Secretary of State? Well, Ground News helps you see how this story is being covered on both the right and the left, so you can see the entire story. If you want to dive deeper, Ground News also gives you the ownership data, the bias and factuality rating of the source, so you know who is telling you what to think. There's also this blind spot report, which gives you insight into stories you may have missed. For example, did you know that a far-right German political party demanded that U.S. troops leave the country? 0 outlets on the left covered this. Or did you know that a Canadian mother was detained with her daughter at a Border Patrol checkpoint in Texas after returning from a baby shower? This wasn't covered at all by the right. I use Ground News every single day as part of my morning routine. I even pay for it myself. They don't give it to me for free. So click the link in the description below, hit the QR code somewhere up here, or go to ground.news/Ryan to get 40% off the Vantage plan, which is the same plan that I use, and start getting all sides of every story. You know, one of the biggest lessons I found in this book was how ineffective traditional drone platforms were in contested airspace. I mean, look at the Bayraktar TB2. That was a great platform, and then after a few months, it became obsolete because it gets shot down or jammed too easily. And that made me think, you know, we might not be prepared for the next wave of drone warfare as the drone revolution spreads worldwide. I mean, China, like Russia, is going to produce a lot of drones. Ukraine and Russia alone can produce around 1 million drones a year to throw into the meat grinder or metal grinder that is this war. And so can the United States, with its troublesome military-industrial base, do the same? And this work got me thinking about the tactical and the operational side of the equation, too. Do we have the ability to adapt to a combat environment that is dominated by discardable weapons platforms, especially if those platforms can be mass-produced by the hundreds of thousands or possibly millions? I mean, I've talked about the missile mafia on this channel before and the U.S. Navy's infatuation with missiles and long-range precision strikes, which is great, but Iran is causing havoc in the Strait of Hormuz with unmanned surface vehicles, or USVs. I mean, the missile mafia could lead us down the wrong path here,
right now,
because drones make the battlefield fully transparent, whether you're in the air, on land, or, as we've seen in the Strait of Hormuz, I think there's only one strait, the sea. So this means ships, armored vehicles, personnel, massed are targets for kinetic strikes almost immediately. And the element of surprise is gone or nearly gone. If you put a bunch of people in one place to conduct an attack, they will be easily spotted either through visual, thermal, or the electromagnetic spectrum, and they will be targeted. So we need to start thinking about deterrence that allows us to counter inexpensive drone swarms without breaking the bank, or at least, well, war is wasteful, but we can make it maybe less wasteful. And it's really wasteful if you lose. So how do we counter these cheap Chinese drones numbering in the hundreds of thousands at the tactical level? You know, I said before, I'm not that worried about drones at the strategic or operational level, since NATO's doctrine will use air power to smash the adversary's logistics. And we saw that in Iran. Look how fast they went from launching a lot of missiles every day to very, very few missiles every day. We will find you and we will drop a bomb on you. But that doesn't mean that the adversary won't be able to get off some drones at the tactical level. And that's where they can hurt us. Add AI and fiber optic into the mix, and you have a serious problem, at least on the tactical level. Another interesting lesson I found here is that Ukraine's drone strategy was really a success because it was championed by the people on the ground. Ukraine's leadership shunned these cheap drone platforms prior to the war's outbreak. They liked the Bayraktar TB2s, right? And it was the initiative of the soldiers on the ground and civilian volunteers, some of whom were brought into the military later on, who championed this new approach to fighting the Russian military in Ukraine. This kind of brings me to something many of us know already. Change sometimes comes in the most unlikely of places. In an era where cheap drones, the internet, and a will to fight is in endless supply, this new form of warfare has proven incredibly difficult to counter by Russian military forces. And they're trying their hardest. Another interesting aspect of this book was the frankness the author brings to the topic. It's something I want him to give a few words about. So maybe those in our government or NATO who might be watching could listen. And he was kind enough to actually give me an interview. So, Ilya, if you were to offer 5 pieces of advice to American and even NATO policymakers and military brass, what would they be and why?
If I had to reduce it to one core message, it would be this. The drone is no longer a support weapon. It is now the main weapon of modern war. Everything else follows from that. First, take the drone seriously. Really seriously. Not as a niche capability, not as a useful add-on, as the central system on today's battlefield. In Ukraine, drones have defeated almost every traditional weapon system. They've created what soldiers now call a kill zone, roughly 20 kilometers deep, where anything that moves gets detected and destroyed. Tanks, artillery, helicopters, infantry. Today, drones are responsible for 80% of battlefield losses. That makes the drone, quite simply, the new king of the battlefield. And look at the basic comparison. A tank can shoot effectively at maybe 2 to 4 kilometers. An FPV drone can destroy that same tank from 30 or even 40 kilometers away. And while it's easy to find a tank, finding a hidden drone operator sitting in a bunker is far harder. Which leads us to the second point. NATO doctrine needs to change. You can no longer rely on massed armor and artillery to achieve breakthroughs the way you did in the past. Those concentrations are now large, expensive, and very visible targets. They get found and struck by drones long before they reach the decisive point. We are living through our drone revolution in warfare. And history shows very clearly, militaries that adapt slowly pay a high price. Third, speed matters more than perfection. Military institutions are usually slow to change, and for most of history, that was understandable. The transition from horse cavalry to mechanized warfare took decades. But today, you do not have decades. Russia now has the world's second most advanced drone forces, after Ukraine. China is the world's largest producer of drones and drone components.
Yep. That's what I worry
if
about.
Those two start working together at scale,
You know,
and also
what would it take? How hard would it be for China to pull up off somewhere in a coast and just unload a bunch of drones? It would. You couldn't stop them. You couldn't stop them, and they wouldn't lose a single man. That is fucking wild, man.
Supply countries like Iran or North Korea, that creates a serious strategic problem. And the reality is that NATO is behind. That creates risk. Russia might be tempted to attempt a rapid drone-heavy campaign against the Baltic states. China might do something similar around Taiwan. In both cases, speed and mass drones favor the attacker. So the West needs to move now, not in 10 years. Fourth, don't start from zero. Use Ukraine's experience. This is the good news. NATO doesn't have to guess what works. Ukraine is already fighting the most drone-saturated war in history. the West should plug directly into Ukraine's drone and electronic warfare ecosystem, especially a platform called Brave One. It works a bit like a military version of Amazon. Units select the drones that actually perform well, buy them directly from manufacturers, and send feedback straight from the front line.
That's crazy.
That feedback loop does two things. It drives very fast innovation, and it keeps prices down through competition. Training is just as important. Ukraine is on track to have over 100,000 drone operators. Ukrainian drone schools could train NATO troops using combat-tested methods, not peacetime theory. And Ukrainian commanders can show Western officers how drones are really used in offense, in defense, in reconnaissance, and in strike missions. Fifth, reorganize the force for the drone age.
I'm standing in front of a public school which had just turned into a refuge for children and their family who had to flee.
This is where structure
He's
matters.
right, though. He's definitely
Ukraine
right.
has already established unmanned systems forces as a separate branch, based on a memo I sent to the High Command in January 2024. Why does this matter? Because if everyone is partly responsible for drones, then in practice, no one really is. A dedicated branch forces the Army, Air Force, and Navy to fully integrate unmanned systems and automation into everything they do. It also enables something very important: large drone formations, drone brigades, even drone divisions. A drone division wouldn't just fly
Think
small
about this.
quadcopters.
Think about this: a surveillance drone where you can launch attacker drones from. Say it's circling around, right? And then it finds its target, and then it deploys the attack drones from the belly of it, just like a paratrooper plane does or used to do with men. That would be fucking wild, man.
It would combine air drones, ground robots, electronic warfare systems, and mobile operator teams to break through enemy drone kill zones, and then exploit that breakthrough by striking logistics, command posts, and rear areas, or helping encircle enemy forces. This is not science fiction. This is not a Terminator movie. These are practical, achievable force structures based on what we already see in Ukraine. And this isn't just theory.
I don't know why this
I've
dude
discussed
looks
these
AI,
ideas
but
with
he does
senior
look-
Western military officers, including the chief of the general staff of the British Army, and some of this is already starting to happen, including efforts to build what is sometimes described as a drone wall on NATO's eastern flank.
Yeah, I'm gonna check this dude out more later. Let's see what this is about.
For a torrid time. As soon as next week, ladies and gentlemen, we may see Irish-style protests hit British streets. And this could come as soon as Tuesday, as we have got, of course, confirmation from farmers across the UK. And as I mentioned, on Tuesday, Northern Ireland are looking to, of course, follow in the lead of what the Republic of Ireland have done with regard to.
At 0340 local time, an American maintenance crew at Camp Buring in northwestern Kuwait was pulling a turbine engine from an AH-64 Apache. Routine work on a night during a war that hadn't yet touched this patch of the desert. Unknown to anyone on that base, a salvo of Iranian ballistic missiles launched 8 minutes ago was now screaming down through its terminal arc at 3 times the speed of sound, aimed directly at the helicopter flight line below. At 0341, the alarm screamed across Camp Buring and soldiers scrambled from barracks toward concrete bunkers in whatever they happened to be wearing. On the perimeter, a Patriot battery's AN/MPQ-65 radar had painted 5 ballistic contacts on a southeastern bearing descending fast. The Patriot's computers picked the most dangerous tracks and started launching PAC-3 MSE interceptors in pairs, each one trailing white exhaust that lit the desert floor like a strobe. PAC-3 MSE interceptors closed on the inbound warheads at combined speeds exceeding Mach 6, each one steering itself into the target using an active Ka-band seeker and 180 attitude control motors. There's no explosive warhead on a PAC-3. At that closing speed, the missile body itself is the warhead. It's like swatting a baseball out of the air with another baseball, both thrown by major league pitchers, except both baseballs are moving at 4,000 miles per hour. 2 objects meet, neither one survives, and the debris rains down as dust. Tonight, it worked on 3 of 5 inbound warheads. 2 were still inbound as the radar was fighting to find them. 3 of the 5 ballistic warheads destroyed in under 40 seconds at Mach 6 closure speeds in complete darkness against targets inbound with 8 minutes of warning. The crew on that Patriot battery did everything the system was designed to do. What was about to hit Camp Buehring wasn't a failure of the crew. It was a failure of the geometry, and the Iranians had built their entire attack plan around exactly that gap. If you look here at the Patriots' AN/MPQ-65 radar face, it does something no other air defense system in the world can. It searches for targets, tracks them, and guides interceptors all from a single phased array antenna. The radar scans a 90-degree sector of sky, prioritizing contacts by trajectory and speed. Think of it like a security camera bolted to one wall of your house. It covers the front door perfectly, but if someone comes through the back window, it's not even pointed in the right direction. While the engagement control station had been locked on those ballistic tracks, processing power maxed, radar sector pointed firmly southeast. Something else had been approaching from a completely different direction for the past 40 minutes. 3 Shahed 136 one-way attack drones had launched from forward positions closer to the Iranian coast, cruising in from the south at barely 100 feet of altitude. On the nose of each Shahed, a commercial GPS receiver, the same chip in your phone's map app, steering 40 pounds of explosive to pre-programmed coordinates at 100 knots, wingspan under 3.5 meters, radar cross-section about the size of a large bird. Against a Patriot radar optimized to scan upward for ballistic arcs. At 100 feet of altitude, that signature is like trying to hear your kids sneaking cookies from the kitchen while your wife vacuums next to your head. The Patriot wasn't incompetent. It was staring at the front door while the drone walked through the basement window. The Shahed 136, $30,000 per airframe. Each PAC-3 interceptor it flew past, $4 million. Iran had done the math. The first Fateh warhead struck the helicopter maintenance area at 0342, and the overpressure hit before the sound hit. The blast shredded 2 Apache fuselages on the flight line and collapsed a section of the hangar where a crew had been pulling an engine 90 seconds earlier. The second warhead hit the fuel depot. Jet fuel doesn't explode the way you think. It blooms, a rolling orange fireball expanding outward faster than a man can run, followed by a black column of smoke punching through the pre-dawn sky that would be visible from 30 miles in every direction. When the drones arrived, the Shahed that hit the base command building at 0343 detonated inside the operations center, cutting the base's coordination nerve in a single strike. Camp Buehring was burning. The helicopter flight line that had been servicing Apaches and Blackhawks for 8 straight days of combat operations now fully engulfed. 400 miles southeast of Iran's Gulf Coast, the IRGC Navy battery commander who ordered the launch received confirmation via encrypted relay and allowed himself 3 seconds of satisfaction before ordering his crew to collapse the Fateh Tel transporter erector launcher and start driving north immediately. Standard IRGC doctrine gives the crew 20 minutes to break down the launcher and disappear before American ISR can pinpoint the firing position. They just weren't counting on what came next. Ahmed Al-Jaber Air Base sits in the Kuwaiti desert. For 8 days, F-15E Strike Eagles have been flying combat sorties into Iran from this runway, hammering IRGC installations along the coast. Tonight, Camp Buehring's fires were visible as an orange glow on the northern horizon. Somebody owed the Army a receipt. 4 Strike Eagles, call signs Rage 01 through 04, sat on the ramp loaded for exactly this kind of mission. GBU-31J dams hung from the centerline stations, and the GBU-39 small-diameter bombs lined the wing racks. Roughly 92,000 pounds of precision-guided ordnance spread across 4 jets. The F-15E Strike Eagle, Boeing's 2-seat deep strike variant of the most successful air superiority fighter America ever built. Twin Pratt & Whitney F-100 engines producing 29,000 pounds of thrust each. Top speed Mach 2.5 at altitude. Combat radius over 1,000 miles with external fuel. Maximum weapons load of 23,000 pounds across 11 hard points. It was designed during the Cold War to fly deep into Soviet territory and destroy things that weren't supposed to survive. Tonight, it was doing exactly that, just with better GPS and a grudge. That's enough ordnance to remodel every building on the target list and still have leftovers, like showing up to a potluck with 4 crock pots because your wife said, bring something small. All 4 Strike Eagles hit the pavement with afterburners lit. Iran had just hit an American base. It had just put American soldiers into concrete bunkers in their own pajamas, had just put American helicopters, American hardware, paid for by American taxpayers, on fire in the desert. And somewhere on that ramp, someone in a flight suit decided that was enough. Each pair of F-100 engines shoved 58,000 pounds of thrust through the desert night, the kind of sound that doesn't ask permission. Orange exhaust cones tore 50 feet into the darkness. The desert floor shook. 4 jets climbing hard, heading northeast, loaded with enough precision-guided ordnance to make sure Iran remembered this night for a very long time. You want to hit our base? Fine. We know exactly where you parked. Wheels up by 0353. The bill was already in the air. The first problem was already waiting on the data link. The ISR feed from the MQ-9 showed where the Fatahs had been at the moment of launch, but the IRGC crew had been relocating for 12 minutes by the time Rage Flight got airborne. The coordinates Rage 01 was carrying were already stale. In the U.S. Air Force, stale coordinates are a targeting problem, and the Strike Eagle Center Suite exists specifically to solve targeting problems in the dark. over hostile territory with something trying to eliminate you while you work. But in 30 seconds, that pod was about to find a vehicle whose crew had no idea they were being watched because a warm engine doesn't know it's supposed to be hiding. That's because the Sniper Advanced Targeting Pod under Rage 01's fuselage sees heat, not light. But there was another problem. At 20 miles of standoff, the sniper pod can see that something is warm but can't tell you whether it's the Fatah or a civilian truck. You can't just drop a 250-pound bomb on a heat bloom and hope you guessed right. That's how war gets a headline nobody wants. Positive ID means closing the range, and closing the range means flying toward whatever air defense is protecting those launchers. One useful piece of data arrived from the orbiting MQ-9, which had tracked the TEL's initial movement for 3 minutes before losing them behind a ridgeline. That gave the Wizzo a search corridor, not the full 6-mile circle, but a narrow wedge pointing northeast toward a known tunnel complex in the coastal hills. The problem got smaller, but the solution still required getting dangerously close. Somewhere on the Iranian coast, an IRGC crew was racing to hide the launchers that had just shot at the base. They had a tunnel entrance 4 kilometers north and a head start measured in miles. The sniper pod you see here on Rage 01 could see in the dark, and the crew in the back seat had 92 very personal reasons to find them before they disappeared underground. Rage flight crossed the Iranian coastline at 25,000 feet just after 0410 local time. The combined U.S.-Israeli campaign had degraded Iranian air defenses by roughly 90%, eliminating some 200 systems in the first week. But 90% degraded does not mean 100% gone. And the 10% that survived was the 10% that had been smart enough to hide. If you look here, you'll see something the first week of strikes couldn't fix. The Tor M1, NATO designation SA-15 Gauntlet, is a completely self-contained mobile SAM system where each vehicle carries its own search radar, tracking radar, and 8 ready-to-fire missiles on a single armored chassis. No external radar fan, no command post, no link to exploit. The system has a 12-kilometer engagement range and was specifically designed to protect mobile missile launchers during relocation. Think of it as a Ring doorbell camera that also has a shotgun mounted to it. It sees you, it identifies you, and it shoots you, all from the same box on the porch. No wires to cut, no separate alarm panel to find, and you don't know it's there until the red light's already blinking at you. Right now, one of these was sitting between Rage Flight and the Fatah TELs. If the Wizzo descends for positive ID without dealing with the Tor first, the SAM puts a missile into his aircraft before the sniper pod finishes focusing. At 0412, Rage 01's Wizzo picked up a 3-second burst on the ALR-56M radar warning receiver. Think of it as a smoke detector that tells you exactly what kind of fire is burning and precisely where it started. The frequency matched the Tor M1 search radar in scan mode before the signal vanished into silence. The Strike Eagle's limitation here is straightforward. There is no AGM-88 harm on these jets. If Rage Flight were Growlers or Wild Weasel F-16s, that 3-second blink would be all the F-15s needed to take out that Tor. But Strike Eagles carry bombs and targeting pods, not radar seekers. The only way to take out the Tor is to find its exact GPS position and put a weapon on it. The Wizzo needed 5 to 8 seconds of continuous Tor emission to build a targeting solution. The Tor commander was giving him exactly 3. Below Rage Flight, the Tor M1 commander watched his own scope in short pulses. 4 American contacts at 25,000 feet, heading inland toward the launchers he was assigned to protect. His orders were simple: keep the TELs alive until they reached the tunnel complex. The tunnel entrance was 3 minutes of driving away. Going active with fire control radar would probably get him wiped off the map in under 60 seconds. Staying dark meant the TELs had 0 air defense coverage for those 3 minutes. Either way, somebody was losing hardware tonight. The Tor commander had 2 options: stay dark and watch the launchers he was assigned to protect get erased from 15,000 feet, then explain to his commanding officer why he held fire while it happened. Or go active, take his shot, and hand the American Wizzo a GPS coordinate precise enough to read on a license plate. Rage 01's pilot made the call. He pushed the nose down from 25,000 toward 15,000 feet, closing the slant range toward the TEL search area. Not an attack run, a deliberate provocation. The Tor's commander scope would show an American fighter descending straight toward his launchers. If the Tor stayed dark, the Wizzo would reach sniper pod resolution and prosecute the TELs without ever dealing with the air defense. If the Tor went active, its fire control radar would go continuous and the APG-82 would finally get its 8 seconds. Checkmate in 2 moves. The Tor either watches the TELs get destroyed from above or reveals its own position trying to save them. The Tor commander chose to fight. He went active, full fire control track, continuous emission. The ALR-56M screamed in Rage 01's cockpit loud enough to make the pilot flinch. The Wizzo was already working the APG-82 in passive mode, triangulating across 6 seconds of solid signal until the GPS solution locked on the second pass. Here's what the tour commander handed over when he went continuous. The APG-82's 1,000 transmit-receive modules can flip from broadcasting into pure absorption mode, soaking up enemy emissions and triangulating the source to a GPS coordinate precise enough to put a bomb on. Think of it as finding your teenager's exact room by listening for their TikTok audio. You can't hear it if they stay quiet. The moment the tour committed to a continuous fire control track, the Wizzo had his address. He designated the tour's position and released a GBU-39 SDB off the wing rack at 16,000 feet, beginning a silent glide toward the last transmission that vehicle would ever make. But the tour was fast. One missile came off the rail before the SDB could arrive, screaming toward Rage 01 at Mach 2.5 from 12 kilometers out. The pilot had 4 seconds of warning on the ALR-56M before things got extremely squirrely. Rage 01's pilot broke hard left at 6 Gs, the kind of turn where your vision tunnel's gray at the edges and your G-suit inflates to keep you conscious. Chaff dispensers cycled automatically, spitting aluminum confetti into the slipstream. The tour's missile tracked the chaff plume for 1 critical second, and that single second was enough for the pilot to pull below the SAM's minimum engagement altitude. At 800 feet above the desert floor, the seeker lost its look-down angle and the missile screamed overhead. The Wizzo later claimed he could hear it, probably exaggerating. Probably. 7 seconds after the tour fired, the GBU-39 arrived at the coordinates the Wizzo had locked. GPS guidance doesn't care about radar modes or countermeasures. It knows where the vehicle was standing when the Wizzo built a solution. A $40,000 glide bomb just erased a $25 million air defense system. Your tax dollars working overtime tonight. The road to the tells was now open. Range flight descended to 15,000 feet, where the sniper pod's resolution sharpened immediately. What had been ambiguous heat blobs at 25,000 feet became crisp vehicle outlines on the Wizzo's infrared display. He swept the search corridor the MQ-9 had defined, working the pod east to west across 30 seconds of methodical scanning before finding exactly what he was looking for. 2 vehicles with engines still glowing hot on infrared, parked nose to tail in the wadi 1 kilometer short of the tunnel entrance. The Fateh 313 launch canisters were still mounted on the rails. The IRGC crew hadn't had time to unload before parking. The Wizzo zoomed the sniper pod to maximum magnification, confirmed the TEL signatures, and knew with absolute certainty he was looking at the launchers that hit Camp Buring. The Wizzo designated the lead TEL, confirmed GPS lock, and released. 12 seconds of flight, no motor, no exhaust plume, no warning. The warhead detonated at the junction of the launch rail and the truck chassis that whited out the targeting pod's infrared camera for 2 full seconds. When the image returned, the TEL was burning scrap in the wadi. What just erased it? The GBU-39 small diameter bomb. Diamond-shaped folding wings that deploy on release, GPS guidance, 60 nautical miles of unpowered glide range from altitude. A single F-15E carries 8 of them. The IRGC crew had a $30 million launcher. The thing that ended it cost $40,000 and made no sound on the way down. Range 02 rolled in on the second launcher with the bigger tool, a GBU-31 JDAM weighing 2,000 pounds. Its tail kit adjusting 4 fins 10 times per second through 30 seconds of silent freefall, steering itself onto a GPS coordinate with a margin of error measured in meters. The weapon hit the truck chassis and erased everything within 50 meters. The TELs were scrapped. The tour was scrapped. Rage flight turned south toward the coast, and the IRGC naval compound that had planned the whole thing, the building where the battery commander got his 3 seconds of celebration before ordering his crew to run. Rage flight rolled in. 4 GBU-31s dropped in sequence across 30 seconds. The first hit the command building, folding inward the room where the battery commander had received his Camp Buring confirmation just 90 minutes before. The second struck the communications center. The third punched through the half-loop concrete roof of the PACAP fast attack boat shelter and detonated inside, where the overpressure had nowhere to go, so the walls blew outward and the roof pancaked down onto the boats like a fist closing. The fourth hit the fuel depot and sent a column of black smoke rising through the morning air, twin to the one still hanging over Camp Buring 350 miles north. The IRGC battery commander who ordered the Camp Buring strike had been driving north for 60 minutes when the news found him on a militia radio frequency. His TELs, his tour escort, his command compound, all gone in under 20 minutes of American flight time. He'd celebrated for 3 seconds after Camp Buring, and the Air Force's answer had taken slightly longer. But unlike his attack, they didn't leave anything standing. If you enjoyed this video, watch this other video on the...
That shit's crazy. Let's see what Mike's talking about.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, imagine my shock. I'm sitting here in my office having my morning coffee, sipping on my cup of coffee this morning and getting ready to do my show, as we always do, when out of nowhere, out of the blue, out of left field, we get a very, very curious announcement that is now compelling us to go live about 90 minutes ahead of schedule. What might that announcement be? Ladies and gentlemen, first off, thank you all for tuning in. Make sure to hit that like button. Make sure to subscribe. Thank you all for being here on such short notice. Ladies and gentlemen, first report, White House press pool. The pool has been abruptly called together. The White House press pool has been called together at the press briefing room doors. There has been no formal schedule update. Now, very strangely, the lovely White House press secretary, Carolyn Leavitt herself, responded to this with these little looky eyes. She's looking. What are we looking at? What are we talking about? Well, ladies and gentlemen, here's the confirmation. Carolyn Leavitt, President Trump, is set to come on out and speak to us. Fox News right now is reporting this. U.S. President Donald J. Trump is set to speak live any moment from the White House. Now, of course, we don't want to miss anything. This is going to be happening any moment, any second. What exactly are we going to be talking about right now? The Associated Press, I'm seeing if we have a live feed from inside of the briefing room right now. It seems as if we don't. The White House official YouTube page is not live yet. President Trump is speaking on Fox News. I don't know if that's the case or not. We can't pull that up here on YouTube, but it seems like this is a different thing. If Trump is if Trump is speaking on Fox News right now, that must necessarily be a different speech or announcement than what he's going to make in the White House press room. So for those of you that are saying he's on Fox News right now, we will have clips of that momentarily once they make their way to the internet. But that must be something different than what we are talking about here right now on this broadcast. Because, like we said, we're getting reports that he's set to speak live to the nation from the White House. And also, Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt has called in the White House press pool into the
All right, we back. I don't know what the hell happened there. That was crazy. They got us, y'all. They got us. They crashed us out. All right, we back. Oh, shit. I don't know what the hell. Let me cut that off. Right. Give me just a second. We'll pull this shit back up. I'd never had that happen before. That was crazy. Let me take this down. Delete comment. Wow, that was fucking wild, man. Let's pull, man, this shit back up here.
Same problems for decades. And the moment the
And
wind
we
picks
back.
up or it starts raining,
Yeah, I don't know what the hell
they
happened.
die.
Something happened. My computer locked up.
Is what Trump has just said this morning.
Firewall shit.
Now, hold on a moment here, because I'm seeing some people say that he's speaking outside of the White House right now. I listen, I've got nothing on that. If he's speaking on Fox News or if he's speaking outside the White House right this very moment, I have nothing on that. Stand by here. One moment here, folks.
Let's see.
Okay, very curious. We're getting updates here. First off, President Trump a moment ago. Well, let's take a listen to this one first.
The President of the United States is set to speak live at any moment. We have not been told exactly what the topic will be. We can tell you that this will be live from the Oval Office at the White House. Contextually, we know there's a lot going on. The U.S. blockade of ships in the Strait of Hormuz, of course. Iran might be the first thing that he would talk about. But there are a whole host of other issues that are going on today, not competing with that, but certainly on the bill. So we will be watching for what the president says and take his remarks immediately.
So once again here, President Trump is going to be speaking from the Oval Office, making some special unplanned announcement. And the White House press pool has been called together. White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt is reposting that. Now, we've got nothing coming out of the Associated Press yet, and nothing coming out of the official White House page yet. What are we expecting to hear? What type of big announcement are we expecting to see? I would expect that this is a conclusion to the Iran war. And I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to say anything too bad here. But it seems like this blockade has really done a number to the Iranian regime in more ways than one. We have reports all late last night saying that mediators are continuing to talk with the U.S. and Iran in the coming days in an effort to bridge the remaining gap and reach a deal. All parties still believe that a deal is possible. The door is not closed. Both sides are bargaining. President Trump still says this morning, just like 10 minutes ago, that, listen, for those of you that are saying Trump is live, like, okay, just to be very clear, if Trump is live speaking on Fox News right now, I can't show that to you. I can't watch Fox News with you. When the clips come out after the fact, I can share the clips with you after the fact. But the fact of the matter is, there is no official White House live broadcast from the official White House live feed. We've got nothing from the Associated Press. It seems like this official announcement from Trump inside the Oval Office is, in fact, not live.
Concerning her. And
we have
people like Comey, who's a dirty cop. Comey's
this
a dirty
must be
cop.
something else here.
And dirty cops are bad. Nobody likes the police more than me, the law enforcement more than me, but Comey's a totally dirty cop, and we're not gonna stand for it. Yeah.
The UFC fight that's happening at the White House this summer. UFC typically.
Yeah, he's not posted anything or nothing like that on Truth Social, so I don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
That's a good idea. I'll tell that to Dana White. I like that idea, actually. I will say I've been involved with a lot of big events. I've never had an event that's had more interest than the UFC fight we have right at the front of the 1,500 seat arena. And then in fact, at the Ellipse, we're going to have maybe 100,000, 50 to 100,000 people, I guess. They're building tremendous stages, and you're going to have massive screens of the fight. And it's, very popular sport. But I have never been involved because of the White House and everything. It's a lot of reasons. But
Okay, while he's talking about UFC, ladies and gentlemen, I think is going on right now. I think Trump is lollygagging outside the Oval Office. This is before this is live. I think.
Do you think he's going to announce the end to the war, or you think that he's going to announce that we're going full button again? Or shit, I read your comment, smart mouth. Full active again.
For us Georgians, something that's quite a gem in our state. So again, congratulations to Rory McIlroy, a wonderful champion from Northern Ireland, but who
Well, Mama
resides
got some
in the free
beans
Sunshine
and
State.
ham in the crock pot, and you can smell it all through here, man. You talking making my stomach turn, boy. I'm ready to go eat something.
Of Florida. Speaking of freedom, speaking of things that are shiny and gold, Birch Gold Group, the best in the business for the tax sheltered IRA.
Look, I'd love to be able to go to Cuba, Deb. I've always wanted to go there. But then again, anywhere in the Caribbean to me is an awesome destination. I don't know if any of y'all have ever been to the Caribbean, but that is a beautiful place. The weather's nice. I just want to go down there and fish. That's all. I don't just want to sail back down there and just
on gold IRAs. This is supported by Steve Bannon and Ben Shapiro. Dr. Ron Paul, the former congressman, Clay Travis, Buck Sexton, and some other great conservative voices out there. As the dollar continues to go down, diversify your savings with gold. Text Trump to 989898 and get all of those options there with properties ever
You
changing.
talking about some property down or some places to go down there? Oh my gosh. You won't want to come back. And you're probably taller than most of the people down there, believe it or not. A lot of short people in Caribbean.
Becoming more expensive, to diversification with things like crypto that are on the horizon. What has always stayed consistent as the dollar has gone down, especially in the last 2 decades? Gold skyrocketing 700% over the course of the last 20 years. Text Trump to 989898. I think the thing that people look at when they're interested in diversifying or having a tax sheltered IRA or 401k backed by gold, silver, and precious commodities, they think that one size fits all. No, not the case. Every shoe size is different. Same with these precious metals. So
from what I'm seeing, Trump's supposed to go live around 7 o'clock. He was supposed to go live at 6 o'clock yesterday. And they even had like the announcement up on White House channel. And then they took it down. So I don't know what's going on there.
And diversify with the best in the business. Birch Gold Group. Text Trump to 989898.
I want to try to call
also
Carl.
a great way of diversifying the Rumble wallet. Wallet.
He's on Instagram right now,
so you can tip your favorite creators in Tether Gold, Bitcoin, and those cryptocurrencies. You can also use this to make the bets on Kalshi. So they work together very nicely. Download for free now, the Google Play Store or the App Store, where free speech meets financial freedom. It's the Rumble wallet right there, wallet.rumble.com. And really protect yourself because Rumble deserves our praise. Speaking of the COVID lockdowns and the things that the Pope should be talking about, remember when certain companies could turn you off. They literally can now, whether it's big banks or those who feel that you have the wrong opinion and that you're not somehow on the right side of history. We saw President Trump thrown off of social media accounts like Facebook and Twitter before it became X under Elon Musk back during the first term, and the way they treated those who worked in the administration and private citizens as well being canceled again for their political beliefs. That's why Rumble thought, well, we fought for free speech online. Let's fight to protect your assets and your savings so that you're not ultimately completely canceled by the matrix and the powers that be. Rumble Wallet provides that. What's so great about this tool that Rumble cannot even break into their own wallet. So it's so secure for you and yours. Again, tip your favorites like Right Side Broadcasting Network with the gift of crypto. Download for free now, Google Play Store and the App Store. Free speech meeting financial freedom. We are grateful for all of our sponsors here on the right side of history. 222 on the East Coast. Still a very good morning to you. 11:22 on that golden West Coast, where Congressman Eric Swalwell really in some seemingly trouble with a very interesting past, to put it lightly, dropping out or suspending his campaign right now for California governor. We know Steve Hilton really surging in the polls there. It's a jungle primary upcoming in June. Can California elect a Republican? They have not done that since Arnold Schwarzenegger, roughly 20 plus years ago, about 24 years ago now, when he was first elected in a recall election. President Trump enjoying the UFC fight in Miami, Florida this weekend. And cut number 6, Costa, one of the best fighters out there, spending some time saying hello to the president and giving his admiration and praise for his presence at UFC 327.
Put him in the fridge.
Mr. Director, I don't let you do those squats on the road like we saw there at UFC. So that's always a good difference. The difference between sports coverage and political coverage. But the world's colliding over the weekend, really in a festive event. Joe Rogan on hand announcing, and of course the great Dana White putting it all on there in sunny Miami, Florida. Now, let's go back over the last few hours in case you missed over this Divine Mercy Sunday and weekend at the Masters. So much happening in the culture that with cut number 8, Iran promised to open the Strait. But President Trump going into detail after those negotiations failing over Saturday. Iran promised to open the Strait of Hormuz, and they knowingly failed to do so. This caused anxiety, desolation, and also dislocation, pain to many people and countries throughout the world. They say they put mines in the water, even though all their military, their Navy, and most of their mine droppers have been completely blown up. They may have done so, but what ship owner would want to take the chance? There is a great dishonor and permanent harm to the reputation of Iran and what's left of their leaders, but we are beyond that. As they promised, they better begin the process of getting this international waterway open and fast. Every law in the book is being violated by them. And I have been fully debriefed by Vice President J.D. Vance, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner on the meeting that took place in Islamabad through the kind and very competent leadership of Field Marshal Asman.
All they're doing is just repeating the same shit over and over and over again. Let's see if he's posted anything on Truth Social. Nope. So I guess they redirected the case against the Wall Street Journal on Trump. He's saying that they got to refile it. Other people saying they throwed it out. We'll see. Let's see here. Trying to look around and see what the hell. See if anybody's made any updates. Because I'm wondering. All right, so 33 seconds ago, corridor open under IRGC control. At least 15 to 20 vessels, mainly from China, Pakistan, Russia, and Iran, have crossed the Strait of Hormuz in just 48 hours using newly controlled safe corridor. Only after IRGC clearance and reported toll payments. Oh, shit. Iran has oil reserves and time on its side, while Asia and Europe could face supply shocks within weeks. He urges Trump will have to fold because the global economy cannot survive this standoff with Iran. I'm just kind of scanning through just to see. Malaysia just seized 2 tankers caught doing illegal ship-to-ship oil transfers in the strait, the same waters where Russia and Iran crude quietly changes hands out of sight. The U.S. blockades cleans up the back door. Traffic through the strait has slightly increased over the last 36 hours. Top Iran officials appeared to be privately desperate for a deal with President Trump, as there is now forward motion on U.S.-Iran talks. This was 9 minutes ago. It's literally been only 4 hours since the blockade started.
Fellow. She was raised in Tehran and immigrated with her family to the U.S. at the onset of the 1979 revolution. Welcome to you, Doctor. You offer a very unique perspective on what is going on right now, and you very much are in tune with what the Iranian people are thinking.
Yes, thanks for having me. And please call me Nazi. I look for a stethoscope.
They're saying Iran's in a
Anyone
panic.
calls me a doctor these days. Yes, so I mean, for us Iran watchers, the fact that the talks broke down with no conclusive outcome is not a surprise. Of course, this is a regime that gains advantage by protracting any kind of talks. We had them in Geneva in February and Oman, and of course, nothing happened then. And I just want to remind you that the JCPOA that was signed in 2015 started at JPOA in 2013. It took 2 years to get there. So it's not a surprise to me that the talks didn't go anywhere.
Nazi, you and I sat down. We were sort of shocked at some of the media coverage of this moment. In fact, some of the Times headlines coming from the LA Times, some of the quotes coming from the AP. I'm against the war. I think negotiation's a better path. The fact that the Iranian negotiating team managed to preserve what it achieved in the war while refusing to back down and surrender gives reason for hope, says one 43-year-old Iranian. We will stand firm to the end. We're ready to sacrifice our lives.
With us now is CNN Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk. And Brett, just to bring people up to speed here, okay, this is the Strait of Hormuz. This is the 20-mile stretch separating Iran from Oman here, only about a 2-mile shipping lane. And for the last 6 weeks, there's been virtually no traffic through, just 1, 2, maybe 3 ships a day. And it's important to note that almost all of those vessels have been leaving from Iran. These are the various oil ports on Iran's coast. They've been Iranian vessels, or they've been vessels that Iran let through.
Let me tell you something.
Iranian oil.
So apparently Trump deleted this post right here. Let me pull it up. What he sees himself doing, so they're trying to say he's playing God, but what he sees himself doing is doing God's work, and they're taking this post as something else. Which maybe he did post this in bad taste, but he sees himself as doing the Lord's work by freeing all these people. Venezuela, people freed. He's trying to free the people of Iran. He's talking about going to Cuba next. I mean, let me tell you, right now they're villainizing him. In 20 years from now, 30 years from now, they're going to be saying he's the best president that ever walked the face of the earth for the actions that he's taken. But you got all these radicals that just spouting off all this shit, trying to get people to fucking hate him. All right, so let's just go to Oval Office here.
Moment. We have not been told exactly what the topic will be. We can tell you that this will be live from the Oval Office at the White House. Contextually, we know there's a lot going on. The U.S. blockade of ships in the Strait of Hormuz.
Oh, shit. I mean, take off of that. We will deal with them. Warships are approaching Hormuz. We will deal with them severely. If America starts ground war, we are going to deploy 1 million of our troops. Do they even have 1 million?
رحمان الرحیم نیروهای دریایی و هوافضای سپاه
We need it in English, dude.
رحمان
We
الرحیم
need that in English. Let's see what the Navy is posting. Last month, Virginia-class fast attack nuclear-powered submarine USS Delaware surfaced at the North Pole while practicing in operations. Delaware crew operated underneath submarine squad. The Nimitz-class aircraft carrier USS Nimitz in the Burke class guided missile destroyer conduct maneuvers alongside Navy Emerald class missile corps boats. It's all older shit there. Let's see what they posted on the Department of Justice. Oh shit, they talking about that kid that killed his sister aboard that cruise ship. That was horrible, man. That was fucking horrible.
So closing, because when a nation begins to treat faith as something to be managed instead of protected, it does not become freer, it becomes more fragile. And if we want to preserve freedom in the next generation, we must protect the very foundation that made it possible in the first place. Ladies and gentlemen, I sit here today in the greatest nation in the world. And I want to tell you, because of our religious freedom, we are blessed. Thank you so much.
Let's see what they're talking about here. I think this is the
of religious freedom as a deterrence against repressive regimes. A country that fears faith is a country that fears freedom. When a government seeks total control, it does not begin with the economy or even with the ballot box. It begins with the individual. It seeks to replace conscience with compliance, truth with ideology, and ultimately, God with the state. History shows us this pattern from the Russian Revolution to the Cuban Revolution
I know
to the
that.
modern repression we see today in Nicaragua. The parents,
No doubt,
where
Deb.
my
You can't even go down
parents,
there without
the country
being able
where
to
my
speak
parents came
Spanish
from.
of some kind.
My father was a political exile from the first.
I went into McDonald's and couldn't even order anything. Not well, I mean, I eventually I ordered, but at first I had to fucking point to the numbers, and the lady went and started touching them, and I just shook my head yes.
First Somoza regime, 1947, and yet
Yeah,
he
Unc
was
wanted
always
sweet
clear
tea
he
and
was
I got a
never
fucking
able to
Coke.
go back
I didn't even
to
say nothing. I just left with my
his
shit.
land of
It was
birth.
that bad.
And he always spoke that as bad as.
Let's see what the Red Cross is saying, if they've even spoke about it. Why are they posting that shit? Are you fucking kidding me, man? So Israel done struck the Red Cross.
Which is what the president referred to it in that Truth Social posting that was just recently made. This is what happened on Saturday. This is very important to understand, all right? While the peace talks are underway, the United States Navy sends 2 destroyers through the Strait of Hormuz. They can look for mines, they can test for mines, they can search for mines, and they can prove to international carriers that it might be a safe passage, no matter what the Iranians are claiming to say. So this is what Iran wants to happen, all right? They want the shipping to move further to the east. There's an island over here called Larak Island, Larak, and that's where they want to collect the tolls. That's where they want the shipping to do. But here's what the U.S. Navy did on Saturday. The USS Peterson coming through and the U.S. Murphy coming through this area where the Iranians had said this is a hazardous area. Both of them went through, and now we wait to see what Iran does next. Lieutenant General Karen Gibson, former...
Yeah, it's just pictures. What a fuck boy. Look at him trying to look all hard. What a fuck boy.
Persian Gulf, also...
That is not, this is not a fucking U.S. military ship. You're never going to see a military ship with a fucking sporty boat window up top. That might be some Iranian shit. That's all theatrics right there. That's all theatrics. This is what the U.S. Navy releases new video in response to Iranian claims that it forced its passage through the Strait of Hormuz. It added, while Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps vessel attempt to harass the fleet, the U.S. destroyers ignore. That is not a U.S. boat. U.S. boats do not have fucking windows on top like a tuna tower. They got a fucking thing like that. Fake news shit.
Coalition Warship 121 engaged in transit passage in accordance with international law. No challenges attended to you.
U.S. Navy warship transiting in the vicinity of Fojay Port and Oman Sea. This is Sabah Navy.
Right now, I would give just about anything to have a shorthand radio. I would be trolling these motherfuckers. I'd be talking shit, especially if they're on channel 16. If there was some kind of way where I could talk to them motherfuckers on channel 16, I bet a lot of people in America would too. They'd be fucking with them. They would be fucking with them. Yeah, they just fishing. That ain't no American warship. I promise you that. Hell, that looked like some junk I'd be on. That's what a warship looks like. It don't have no window on top of it. They're showing something with a fucking actual windshield. I look like some junk I'd drag home. Let's see what the Air Force is talking about. Shit, the Air Force ain't did shit. The joint forces flew more than 10,000 missions, including 62 bomber missions, 18 of which flew round trip from the U.S. to deliver bombs on military targets. Each of those missions was more than 30 hours in destination. We did that 18 times. No other military in the world can do that. and it's our testament to the logistics force that quietly serve behind them. Shout out our military, man. They staying pretty quiet, so. United States of America. America, baby. How badass would it be to fucking do that shit, though? Look at them refueling. That is wild to be refueling way the fuck up there like that. That is crazy. Let's check out some of their photos. Look how pretty that sky is, man. That is wild. I'm still trying to figure out how to fucking navigate on this shit, to be honest with you. Oh, they recommend who to follow. What a fucking picture. That is badass. I don't give a fuck who you are. That can't be over there, though. How in the hell would they? You know, their tugs ain't fucking with none of our shit getting close to it. Oh, shit. China warns. China has warned U.S. not to block or intercept Chinese ships, tankers, or face consequences that could potentially include military provocations. Has he not? Spain has announced that it has resumed crude oil imports from Iran and is ready to continue trade with Iran. Big boy. Yep. Yep. Now it's the measuring contest for sure.
Homicides, Liz. This is a absolute right. 13,000 homicides from illegal aliens as of 2024.
That's fucking crazy.
13,000 homicides, Liz. This is a absolute and total slaughter of our people, and it's time that we start charging the people in politics and in government and in the Biden administration that decided on these policies. The blood is on their hand. This Haitian did not belong in America, should not be here, should have never been here with a hammer, should have never been able to slaughter that woman. That happened.
This shit was crazy. I'm not gonna play it. That shit was crazy. That was disgusting as fuck. And that's why I've tried to tell people, these people do not play by our rules, man. They don't get down like we do. And the fact that they've turned these people loose is a fucking just numbing, dude. It's numbing. Why would you do that? Why the fuck would you do that? Total victory. Oh shit. Let's see. We'll play it. He won't play it, but we will.
And I'm the CEO of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you.
Hit the world. Not going to happen.
Mr. President, on classified deal is not reached by
You
the
know
end of
what?
the ceasefire.
They're saying something. Say, I hate them fucking misleading headlines and shit. Let's go see what Dave's posted something else. I don't know. I think you're right, Dad. Nation ban on hammers. Yeah, no, I know it's all by design, right? We've spent more time fucking and resources and money fighting this illegal alien shit than what we ever should have had to. Imagine the money that they wasted on that. They could put a vet in a house everywhere. You know what I mean? They could take care of our veterans. Like, no fucking problem. Let's go watch my crazy cousin for a little bit while we're waiting on an update.
And it bothers me to know that, well, if she can do it, what about Cerise Theron? Like, did she offer, like, I got to think to myself, I don't know what she did. Did she go and offer opportunities for kids that had nothing to pretend to be something else, to live in a fucking great big magical castle and everything was provided for them and they didn't have to fucking worry about anything anymore? Just fucking put a few dresses on. Oh, fuck. I hate to think that they would do that to children. You know what I mean? I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong. So Joel Osteen, I watched some of that interview, and it makes a man cry so sick because he says such good things. Oh, he tries to hit you right in the heart so you love him, but he ain't about nothing. He ain't about nothing. Joel Osteen ain't about nothing. And if he is about something, it's about fucking something he shouldn't be as something about. You know what I mean? How do you get to the point where you're hiding money in the bathrooms? That's fucking brutal. You've got way too much money and there's way too many fucking stupid people out there. You know what I mean? They keep giving you guys fucking money. And once they find out that the ticket to heaven is definitely not giving fucking morons their money, like you're being deceived. You're being deceived. They are fucking it's like it's a joke. This Chris Yamazuka guy, I don't know what his name is. I'm not trying to disrespect anybody, but it's a fucking joke. They treat him like a fucking king. He hangs out with Benny Hinn and like, I can't believe that leaders of Christ would be so fucking stupid. Like this Greg Locke character. I don't get her. I don't get her. Hey, but you cannot want death upon people. You cannot. You cannot. You cannot. That guy's a fucking. How could you be so fucking? Oh, like that's going against God. Billy Idol. Hey guys, get rid of your
This
idols.
motherfucker, boy.
Maybe
Everything
Billy's
is
one
on
you
the
should
show,
get rid
bro.
of, but who knows? You know what I mean? Where is that? There's. Remember. Where is it? I'm pretty sure.
Look, he doesn't realize. Carl does not realize that you could tell just by what's in his feed what type of shit that he watches every day. None of this shit's educational. Saddest meltdowns of 2026. Psycho daughter car is filled with bodies.
This dude. Again. This comes from Candace Owens. This dude. Again. This comes from Candace Owens. Okay? So don't fucking hate on me. But she accused this guy of grooming somebody, of trying to make him think that he was gay because he was socially awkward. So he tried pushing him into being gay. I'm not saying this, Candace did. Somebody who worked for him. So him being a gay man should know that he shouldn't want to be gay, but that he is. And he shouldn't push his gayness off on other people. It's called fucking grooming. And what really bothers me is that this man has children with another man. And if it's in his head to try and make people be what he wants them to be.
Damn, Carl, it sounds like you're talking about yourself right now.
That's not a man that should have fucking children. That accusation should be looked into and then question whether or not would he push children a certain way. And I'm not saying he would, but you might want to fucking find out.
And I'm not talking about the gay part. I'm talking about him wanting everybody to believe the way that he does.
Because I watched, I think it's a pretty popular video. I think it's a TikToker or something. And I believe it's these two little boys and they've got their mom on there.
Bro, I am so glad that I never really fucking got into watching those TikTok reels. I think China has used those fucking TikTok platform to poison people. I really do. I really think China has did what they started out to do with those fucking TikTok reels.
And they're doing it live. And someone asked a question, and I don't know what the question was, but the youngest kid, he says, even if I wasn't gay, my mom would make me be a part of the LGBTQ. Anyways, she would force it upon me. And I thought to myself, first off, this kid's too fucking young to even be worrying about sexuality. I don't even know what the fuck's going on here. But I think this twisted little witch is pushing her fucking kids into a fucking agenda because she wants accessories and wants them to be what she wants them to be. Fuck, like this is gross. And I'm not saying there aren't people out there that are gay and just don't want other people to be gay because why would you want other people to be gay? Like it should
When
be
have
something
you ever
that you
known
don't
what was
want,
going on,
but
Carl?
it's just who you are. You know what I mean?
I'm just laughing at him, Grizz. I'm just taking a break from all the war shit for a
I don't
minute.
know. Is it a sin? I don't fucking know. I don't know. I want to bring people to God. I want to treat everybody the same, regardless. You know what I mean? Like, this should be investigated. Once you hear of grooming, and then you know that, but somehow I'm a threat to kids, but I'm probably the mental one here. You know what I mean? Thinking Megyn Kelly should be not Megyn Kelly, not Megyn Kelly, Megan Fox. Do that to her children. But then again, fuck.
Let me see what
This world is sick.
Because they're
This
saying
world is really sick.
people are saying now that they came to an agreement that they're gonna. I don't believe that, but let me just check.
I've watched this video, and it's the like it's got the cam footage from the police and all that sort of shit, right? So so they have this one, and it's this girl. So they're asking her. Oh, so they're asking her on their social medias.
Nah.
And she has an OnlyFans. And something to do with Snapchat too. I should have shared it. But it's out there. So they're interviewing and they're like, have you ever did any inappropriate videos of you with your son? A young kid too. She's like, no. And I mean, she's like, yeah. You want it like I'm a good people reader, but fuck man, she was good. No, I just the only thing I did, I put a video of me for educational purposes. My kid latched onto my tit for educational purposes. And so they continue to talk. And anyways, you guys go find the video. Anyways, the gist of it is that this woman was having her kids do stuff to her because her only fans wanted to see some stuff. And with their own children. And with Family Dog as well, with Family Dog. And I'm just like, how much of the world is like this? How much of it is just so completely fucking lost, has no idea because it has no comprehension how to fucking love itself? Because one of the things that they said is that, well, she was selling some of the shit.
So somebody is promoting a lie, because open source intel says that IRGC spokesman warns Iran will unveil military capabilities the enemy has no knowledge of if the war continues. Fucking China has done gave them a nuclear weapon. I'm telling you, it's not a bluff. Beijing warns the U.S. not to interfere, insisting its energy deal with Iran stands firm as Chinese ships continue operating through the Strait of Hormuz. This started as a U.S. Iran. Now it's slowly turning into U.S. versus China situation. That's where things get risky. Following the oil, and it makes sense. China depends on Hormuz for 40% of its oil and 30% of its natural gas. so it's not sitting back. We've chosen to fight to protect Lebanon. He rejects U.S. hosted talks with Israel, framing it as a Byronic choice for fighting or surrender. Surrender is not an option, whether it wants to be done so alone. Yeah, this is getting out of hand. He should have never took his foot off the fucking gas. I blame everybody else in his ear. Once you let it, once you start the war, you can't fucking stop. Now China's gonna flex its muscle. Might as well just fucking do it and just be done with it. U.S. official says engagements between Washington and Tehran is ongoing with continued movement toward a potential agreement. This was 34 minutes ago. Russia will sell its oil to anyone it chooses with no need for approval and no outside control, which I agree. I mean, if you're selling something, who the hell can you tell who can and can't buy it? I understand that. Daily Iran news. European countries should strengthen their relations with China instead of the U.S. What the fuck does China have to offer? They can't, other than a bunch of plastic bullshit. They don't have no natural resources. You strengthen with whoever can fucking help you. I'm just kind of skimming through this. 8 minutes ago, Donald J. Trump. 8 million left Venezuela since 2014 because all the wealth of that country was stolen to the benefit of Maduro and his cronies in the regime, but not to the benefit of the people of Venezuela. I know, but we want no updates on other shit right now. Locals are furious after a guy in a turban just caused a huge semi-truck crash in Indiana. It appears he didn't understand road signs. The truck blocked multiple highway lanes, causing a collision. Deport these people. Why do they have a CDL? I don't know. That's crazy too. I'm talking to a few of them. They can't fucking speak English. Can you imagine trying to work with these motherfuckers and then try to get paid afterwards? The UK has dispatched 2 military planers to the U.S. CENTCOM to explore options for safeguarding the Strait of Hormuz post-conflict. The U.S. is already quietly planning a second round with Iran before April 21st. Geneva or Islam date still being figured out. Vance declared the talks failed and flew home. Trump announced the blockade right after. Now they're booking the next meeting. They're just fucking prolonging this shit. That's all they're doing. They're just prolonging this shit. It's either fixing to get real wild or they're going to figure it out. But he should have never took his foot off their fucking neck. That, to me, that was a mistake.
Like $5 and shit, dude. Anyways.
What's up, HK?
So it obviously wasn't for the fucking money. It was for the fucking attention because she used to get all the people that she made this stuff for and asked for
HK, I really do wonder, being that he's got all this information that none of us have, I do wonder if he sees something that we have not been aware of, not been made aware of. Yeah, smart mouth. The only thing it kind of, and I mean, maybe we shouldn't be worried about it. I don't know, but I just feel like because we know they got nuclear capabilities, but I don't see any of them really, except for Iran, because they're so radical. I don't see China really wanting to battle. But they can't sit back and look like they are because their fucking economy is crashing right now. So they're being forced to do something. Hey, and if we get into it, man, we get into it. I don't want to see none of our troops die. I've said that before, but we have to remain the strongest country in the world, and we can't do that if we let fucking Iran push us around, and it's not going to look good. They have to follow through with this shit. You can't posture up like you're going to do something and be the big bad bully and not swing on a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? If you don't fight, once you started a confrontation, if you don't fully finish it, then it makes you look like a pussy, in my opinion. Now, I'm not advocating for that. I don't want to see that, but clearly something has to be done. You can't let these motherfuckers just stalemate you. If you're going to escalate it anyway, just go on and fucking do it and be over with. I wish he would, like I say, I wish he'd never took his foot off the gas. But we don't have enough information, I don't believe.
He's better. And I'm just like,
We, the American
holy
people, don't
fuck,
really know what's
Batman.
going on.
What the fuck? Like, what possesses a human to get to that fucking point where they would fucking desecrate themselves and fucking, oh man, and desecrate their children and fucking scar them for fucking life and the family pets and fuck, man. What the fuck is wrong with people? I'm seeing it all the time. I'm seeing like teachers, female teachers, good looking women with fucking husbands who are fucking children, who are fucking sick in the fucking head. Holy fuck, man. It is all fucked up in this world, man.
Carl, so you saying that she's fat and ugly, she can do it? Is that what you're saying?
It's terribly fucked up. It's terribly fucked up. But hey, I'm the fucked up one. I'm the fucked up one. I'm the one that shouldn't be around fucking children. You know what I mean? And Megan Fox is an icon. Transformers will live forever. Yeah, well, Megan, you're fucking with your children. You're with another icon. You won't like what fucking happens to icons. Hey, Gygons. Flygons. Fucking holy shit. We don't even like fucking nobody can even fuck. Like, was CAS even called on Megan Fox? But hey, you see someone out here fucking, and you try and use their power. Like I've told everybody, I'm having a spiritual fucking awakening. Hey, I'm not the person I used to be. It's like Dr. Carlson. I watched, and they're trying to nail him on
Carl,
this.
you're
fucking,
having a mental
like,
fucking breakdown. It's not a spiritual awakening, buddy.
Sorry, your president said he was going, whether Tucker's a good guy or a bad guy, what he says makes sense. Okay. Your president said he was going to wipe a whole fucking country off the fucking map. He would take them back to the fucking Stone Age.
America.
You have no proof of weapons of mass destruction. None. Zero. Zilch.
Well, we have to, smart mouth. You know what I mean? We really do. We have to trust in what they're doing.
You know what I mean?
We don't really have a choice.
And then he says in his tweets, he says, praise Allah. So he mocks them as well. He mocks their religion.
Carl, it was to do exactly what it was intended to do. He is trolling the fuck out of people just like you because you're low IQ and you're a fucking idiot.
and then tells
Let
them
me get
there's
me another cup of
nothing they
coffee.
can do
Y'all
about it.
keep an eye on
So
cousin
fucking
Carl. Make sure
praise
he don't
Allah,
fucking fly the coop.
bitches. That's bully action. That's American bully action. That's what that is. That's a big fucking loser bully. You know what I mean? And now they're playing old videos of Tucker slamming Islam and blah blah blah. Hey, I don't know if you retards know this or not. People are allowed to learn and grow and change their fucking views. Because if you don't change your views and you get stuck in your same views, you're not evolving. You're fucking devolving. You know what I mean? Thinking you fucking know everything. It's the thing. Like, there's that thing with Kanye up here. Kanye used to make some sense to me. And then he said, hey, if I disappear for a little bit, and it might not be me. Like, I'm not. But when he came back, he went shopping back at Balenciaga. After all that bullshit with Balenciaga, he goes back, takes his brand new wife. But then again, who knows? Maybe they got him on that fucking dioxide shit and they got him fucking all handled and fucking, I don't know what's going on. Or is it just he knows what he's doing and he's just, I don't know. Anyways, fuck. One of the things, like, I remember when he was doing the thing with John Jones there. Oh, you guys know who I'm talking about. Alex, not John. And Kanye confuses people. Just he's like, I'm the lowest IQ person here right now. And why do I fucking know this? Like, what? And I was like, yeah, he's probably right. You know what I mean? It's like, what know this here right now? Just he's like, I'm the lowest IQ person here
Who's he
right
talking
now.
about?
And why do I fucking know this? Like, what? And I was like, yeah, he's probably right. You know what I mean? It's like, what is an IQ, anyways? The ability to fucking memorize what you're taught? Not think outside of the box. Is that your IQ? I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't take an IQ. Anyways. The guy was bitching. He's going, how can Kanye say that he's got a low IQ and then say he's a genius at the same time? Like, well, fuck, he is a genius. Like, really? When you guys say, like, Kanye doesn't have, he's not the best rapper. He doesn't have the best singing voice. He doesn't, but the way he puts a song together and the way he uses his voice and the way he uses others, and he brings it all together in the songs, you'd have to say he's a genius. And I think he's a genius for a lot of the things that he says too. Like, I was still with him when he was like, I love Hitler. Like, this was with Alex Jones.
Oh,
I love Hitler. Hitler brought good things to the world. Because he's right. Even shit turds bring good to the world.
Come
A
on,
lot of
Carl.
people learn from Hitler that we should not. But then again, did we really learn from Hitler?
Come on, Carl. What's up, Drew?
See, Hitler had to trick and fool the people to get him underneath wolves too. You know what I mean? So if you are part of MAGA and you just having a hard time letting go of Donald Trump, do it before it's too late. Because remember what happened to the Nazis? You know what I mean? At one time, Hitler was saying he was going to do the right things too. In fact, American believed him. You know what I mean? He was their man of the year one year. Time magazine, go check her out. I can't remember what year, but you know, you guys gave Stalin a couple nods too. Oh shit. I don't know. It's just like I'm telling you, I wish I could get a hold of this guy and say, "Hey, bud, stop with your bullshit.
Yeah, stop with your
Let's lay her
bullshit.
all on the line. You better get Stephen fucking Greer back on your fucking show, and Ian fucking Carroll or whoever the fuck else is spreading rumors about Stephen Greer being Mossad, because we need to find out pronto, motherfucker, before they do something. This whole now we're gonna look into aliens and all these fucking people are fucking gone missing. Like, this is real. This isn't a conspiracy. Motherfuckers are going missing, and I kind of think to myself, well, who would they confide in? Probably Stephen Greer, right? Like, fuck, what if they're talking to a Mossad agent and they're just fucking like, I don't like her. And Stephen Greer's been, just because Stephen Greer's been making his fucking rounds again. You know what I mean? He was just on the Michael Franceschi show or whatever the fuck it is. And he was back on somebody else.
Most definitely.
All sorts of weird stuff. People say weird shit. And I'm just like, you catch them
He
in
is
lies,
definitely
you can't
brainwashed.
fucking trust a word they
TikTok
say.
has
That,
fucked
you
this
know what I
guy's
mean?
brain.
Like, I think
All right.
it was Danny Jones I was
Enough of
watching,
this
and it was a CIA agent.
Let's watch this shit right here. All right, this is the video I was talking about a while ago. I just found it again.
Answer to. Do you believe the price of oil and gas will be lower before the midterm elections?
I hope so. I mean, I think so. It could be or the same, or maybe a little bit higher, but it should be around the same.
I want you to take a look at Bartiromo's face. The moment Trump says gas prices will be higher, probably because gas prices reached an all-time high in 2022, and national average is right.
Bro, that lady's face is fucked up anyway. It doesn't matter what you say to her. When you see her face, it's like, oh shit, that's fucked up.
Now are 8 cents away from that, which will mean that Donald Trump will likely be the president to preside over the highest gas price.
That's a lie. I paid $5.50 a gallon. I don't give a fuck what they sell it for by the barrel. I care about what they sell it by the pump. Right now, it's still $1 and something away from that.
In American history, which would be bad enough unto itself, but worse given the fact that Trump campaigned expressly on this issue, saying stuff like this on a near daily basis.
Gasoline's going to be, I think gasoline's going to be below $2 at some point in the pretty near future. It's very low, much lower than it was under Sleepy Joe.
Yeah, something tells me that.
Yeah, shit changes too, right? Shit fucking changes. He can't predict the goddamn future. Why y'all are expecting this man to predict the future like he's running around with a fucking turban on his head and a fucking crystal ball in his hand? I have no idea, but y'all do.
Sleepy Joe Biden won't look too sleepy after Americans see their fuel bills in the coming months. But that was actually a high point during this interview with Maria Bartiromo, because he went off the deep end saying this.
Doing well at all. They're getting killed. I could take out Iran in one day. I could take out in 1 hour. I could have their entire energy, everything, every one of their plants, their electric generating plants, which is a big deal. And I hate to do it because if I do it, it takes you 10 years to rebuild. They'll never be able to rebuild it. And the other thing you take out are the bridges. I took out one just to show them because they went public with a statement that wasn't true. They admitted it. I say, I'm going to take out a bridge. And I took out a bridge. And that was the end of that. Now they've been really behaving quite well. But in 1/2 of a day, they wouldn't have one bridge standing. They wouldn't have one electric generating plant standing.
Very well could.
And they're back in the Stone Ages. I'd rather not do that. But I do believe they're going to come to the table on this because nobody can be so stupid as to say that we want to have nuclear weapons and they have no cards. They have no cards whatsoever.
Oh, nothing. Just the president of the United States threatening nuclear war again against Iran. In case you thought that maybe, just maybe, Trump learned his lesson after threatening outright genocide against Iran last week, a move that lost him the support of even his most vocal allies.
Now it's time to say no, absolutely not. And say directly to the president, no. In case you're thinking about using some weapon of mass destruction against the population of Iran, in whose name we liberated Iran, we killed their religious leader for their benefit. Do you remember that? This was last month. Those people who are in direct contact with the president need to say, no, all resigned. I'll do whatever I can do legally to stop this because this is insane. And if given the order, I'm not carrying it out. Figure out the codes on the football yourself.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I am sick of this shit. I'm sick of it. Can't he just behave like a normal human? I mean, honestly, like the president, 3D chess, shut up. Fucking shut up about that shit. You don't threaten to wipe out an entire civilization. We're talking about civilians just casually in a social media post.
How do we 25th Amendment his ass?
The problem is to get the 25th Amendment is harder than impeachment. You have to get 2/3 of the House and 2/3 of the
So
Senate.
what do we do?
Tackle Trump and pretend, let him pretend he's
tell you
president
what
and
you
publicly report that
I'll tell y'all all what to do. Quit trying to micromanage the man.
he's going through a health issue and Vance takeover. It literally needs to be something like that. It's that bad.
Yeah, apparently the lesson Trump took was to lean in on genocide just in case anyone missed his lunacy the first go around. And what's worse is that it's not like Trump doesn't understand the economic consequences here, because in this same interview, he said this.
But you want to see a stock market go down? Let a couple of nuclear bombs be dropped on us, or frankly, any place else. And you'll see a stock market that goes down. So the stock market has not gone down very much at all, gone down a little bit, much less than I thought. And frankly, the gas hasn't gone up as much as I thought. But regardless, even if it did, we have to stop this group of people from having, and again, it was worse because Khomeini was a total, radical, I'll be nice, maniac. He was a maniac. And you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. Right. So I just have the greatest economy ever. Everything's going along. And I say, I'm sorry. I tell my economic advisors, and say, I'm sorry, fellas. We're in great shape. We have to go and take a little journey down to Iran, and we have to stop them from having a nuclear weapon. They all said, we agree.
That the stock market will crash if he does the thing he is currently threatening to do. Something to remember as he threatens to take any of the insane actions that he's suggesting. He knows full well the consequences. He just doesn't care. It would almost be better if he was completely ignorant, but he's not. He's just reckless. He knows that he's using the market and global economy as a cudgel in his war games. He just doesn't care because he is a lunatic who's perfectly willing to sacrifice everything that we have in pursuit of his own ego trip. Listen to what Trump then said to Bartiromo when she asked about getting the price of oil and gas down.
Going to be enough, the blockade in the strait, the opening up capacity in the United States is this going to be enough to lower the price of oil and gas, sir?
Well, eventually it's going to be lowered. No, it might not happen initially, but it's going to go down. When this is all over, look, the stock market, the Dow hit 50,000.
Exactly.
It was supposed to be in 4 or 5 years.
Have you heard about this prediction market, Kalshi?
Yeah, lets you trade on anything from sports to culture.
What about UFO sightings?
He literally did the Pam Bondi. Like, unironically, he pulled this move.
Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over. The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. And the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about.
That dogshit performance was enough to get Pam Bondi fired. And yet, apparently Trump decided that that's the best he's got, in case you were wondering how good Trump's basket of options were at this particular moment. The reality is that I'm actually glad Trump is doing this little press tour. I'm glad that Fox's audience will hear right from the horse's mouth how bad things are under Trump and how bad they'll continue to get. I'm glad that they don't have to assume that if they're hearing it from the left, that it must mean that it's spin. There's no spin when it's Trump himself threatening more war, when it's Trump himself promising higher gas prices, when it's Trump himself revealing how little he cares about America first and how much he cares about squandering every tax dollar we have in
Boy, they trying to push a fucking narrative hard, ain't they?
Forever war in the Middle East. Maybe now the whole country will finally realize that America First was window dressing to get your votes, and that all Trump really cares about, all the GOP really cares about, is bolstering his ego, building his legacy, and helping himself.
Strikes again, hopefully, but when Iran's pressured and they start to realize their oil flow has stopped, a day pre-war, mostly to China. So China's likely that President Trump and the administration probably found a way for China to get their oil from somewhere else, so they don't have to rely on Iran. There's a super thanks in there. Throw the super thanks in, and I will answer your questions. And if I get the goal, I'll do a 2-hour live stream. No major kinetic incidents have been reported in the blockade's first several hours. But again, the big thing I want you guys to hone in on is that 4D chess move. When it comes to China itself, effectively restricting the Strait with mines was the goal. But again, they didn't fully close the Strait with mines, did they? No. And why? The reason why is because Iran wants to keep exporting oil to China and keep making that sweet, beautiful money from that crude that they're shipping to Beijing on the daily. 1.5 million barrels per day. Diamond, the Max AB producer, if you're in the chat, I sent you an invite so we can get a Diamond cam. Give us an update Diamond, on how much money per day they were likely making and are still, for as far as we know. We'll do an update tomorrow. Tomorrow's video will update you on what's exactly going on with the blockade itself. Is it successful? We'll see. So at the end of the day, we need to know how much money the IRGC was actually making from Iran, right? From China, that they were shipping from Karj Island, Iran. This is classic pressure, guys. Economic, military pressure after the strait was supposedly closed by their mines. It's kind of like calling their bluff. Oh, yeah, the mines. No, this is actually for your protection. We're going to bring in the U.S. Navy. We're going to close down the strait for an indefinite amount of time, and then we'll get the mines out for you. Don't worry, we'll take care of that. You guys just enjoy yourselves. We'll go ahead and take care of that whole mine situation. So we know that no major kinetic incidents have happened. We're still underneath a ceasefire. And the blockade is just in its first several hours at this point, having started at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time this morning. So shipping data shows some disruption with vessels turning around. Oil prices have surged a little bit, but not as close to where they were before the last few weeks. They didn't touch 120. We're looking at somewhere around 100 to 105 per barrel, raising the concerns that this could kick off into something bigger. All right, let's bring in Diamond on the Max AB cam. And she's with us doing the producing for the show. Diamond, thank you for being here. If you would, first order of business, if you can just check how much 1.5 million barrels of oil per day shipping from Karj Island or wherever in Iran. And if you'd find where they're shipping from, that'd be great too, so that we know exactly how much money the regime is making by this oil, by selling this sweet, sweet, beautiful crude, as we've been calling it on the channel lately. Maybe it's just me, but I feel like we should just call oil sweet, sweet crude. It's just fun to say.
Yeah.
Give everybody a shout. And do you want to tell everybody what day it is today?
I kind of already dropped a hint, but hello, everyone. Yes, it is a great day today because it is my birthday. So having a great day today, and I hope you all are too. And yeah.
Awesome. Max AB Diamond is the producer of the show. Happy birthday. Give her some birthday love. Throw a super thanks. We'll keep her off the streets tonight. We'll let her enjoy her birthday. She won't have to go out and do dog walking after this if we're able to get that super thanks achieved.
Yes.
President Trump
want to work on my
posted.
birthday.
Exactly. You shouldn't be on the streets for your birthday, right? Is that what you said?
Yes, I don't want to work on my birthday.
Yeah, the one night we'll keep her off the streets if we get the super thanks. But yeah, this is just the one night. After that, she's back in the studio. She's back in the producer booth. As you can see, she is in the very highly
Just
Let's
you
do money
building
motivated.
your app on base 44. Describe it. And it's real. One thought leads to more thoughts.
us all the dirty details that we need. So I've got the document pulled up, Diamond. So if you find that sweet, sweet crude information for us, we know how much money is actually flowing to the IRGC. That would be great. Thank you. Probably sing happy birthday at the end too. Sure, there's a way for us to work that in.
That scared shit out of me.
I'm such a good boss, guys. I mean, I'm not trying to brag or anything, but I'm literally the best boss. And, you know, I don't feel bad saying that because it's pretty clear at this point. Allowing her to not be on the streets for one night during her birthday, I mean, takes a boss with a really good focus on his employees to do that. All right, back to the show. So when it comes down to what could happen as far as the escalation, President Trump posted on Truth Social the things that we kind of already know. He said Iran's navy has been completely obliterated, citing 158 ships sunk in prior operations. And he warned if any of these remaining fast attack ships come anywhere close to the blockade, which I would be shocked if they don't, at least try it. I mean, probably some desperation where they don't really have a lot to lose at this point. You know what I mean? So when you think of where the actual fast attack boats could be, I mean, they're all over the straits. And then obviously they've threatened the Gulf nations, saying if the blockade goes into effect, that they're going to target all the different ports of the Gulf nations. So let's just look and see some of the nearest, hottest threats. I love how like it just kind of shows the differences in the cultures when you look at like Qatar, Dubai, like the way that they have all these like fun, exciting like little islands. I mean, to me, that's a good use of tax dollars. Like let's build a beautiful island where everybody can hang out, enjoy their lives, and enjoy the sunshine, get some vitamin D, and be happy. And then we go to the Iranian coastline, and it's like IRGC base, IRGC base, IRGC base, missile launcher, Shahi drone, hangar, blah, 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 blah. I mean, it's like, okay, it's pretty clear here to see, you know, what the focus of the regime is. I feel like Iran itself, you're basically like holding a porcupine. You're like, dude, you're like, oh my, like, we just wanted to have a conversation. The porcupine's like, I know, but I'm a porcupine. I porky. That's what I do. I porky you. Pretty sure that's a verb now. But to me, that's kind of the difference when it comes to the mindset. When you're negotiating with a porcupine, you know, the porcupine's like, just hold me in your hands. I promise I won't hit you with one of my barbs. And you're like, all right, let's do it. Okay, cool. And then bam. And you're like, I thought you said you wouldn't hit me with one of your barbs. And the porcupine's like, yeah, I know, but I'm a porcupine. Okay, I'm a porcupine. So yeah, a zebra can't change its stripes. A zebra can't, well, a porcupine can't get rid of its spikes. Zebra can't change its stripes. Porcupine can't get rid of its spikes. There we go. Boom. Write it down, Diamond. Put it on the list. Let's go. All right. So when it comes to the actual reefs and the things that have been built out in the Strait of Hormuz itself, when you look at the islands, you look at the ports, I really hope a lot of the Gulf partners right now have basically locked down their ports and locked in their ports. I mean, even like little places where maybe it doesn't seem like the IRGC would want to attack, like this, like little culvert / waterway. We've looked at this before. We actually talked about this being one of the areas, like why isn't Qatar, Dubai, UAE teaming up for places like this? Currently, all it does, it's like kind of like a little turnaround for, I think, a tennis club, something like that, which sounds delightful. Yeah, tennis courts. I mean, don't get me wrong, sounds delightful. Once Diamond gives me a vacation, I might even go here and just play tennis. So it's beautiful. But what about making this the beginning of some sort of a waterway that makes its way to the western side of Saudi Arabia? I got it. It's 500 plus miles. Not going to be an easy job to do. I know someone in the chat just said, well, it's going to take a long time. Yeah, I know. We're not going to do this in an afternoon. Like, got it. Thank you, Captain Obvious. But you're right, actually, at the end of the day.
Yeah,
it's not something that can be done right away now. This is kind of like looking back in hindsight and being like, guys.
Direct contact with the president need to say, no, I'll resign. I'll do whatever I can do legally to stop this because this is insane. If given the order, I'm not carrying it out.
We don't watch that. These people, boy, any kind of narrative they can fucking push or spin or. Let's see what Matt's talking about.
We're going to talk about what that looks like. We also, this is related, we also, TV, ladies and gentlemen, boy, howdy, I'm telling you right now, do we have one hell of a show ahead of us. We have a lot to talk about today. A lot of, frankly, very good, absolutely impeccable news. Ladies and gentlemen, President Trump's blockade of the Hormuz has now officially gone into effect this morning, and already this blockade is proving to be more successful than I think anyone could have ever expected. We're going to talk about what that looks like. We also, this is related, we also just got news that, I kid you not, the Iranian regime, guess what, has been calling President Trump on the telephone this morning, literally begging for a deal. Folks, they're ready to tap out. They are ready to surrender. We're going to break it down. China, the CCP, China is also melting down right now, absolutely panicking. And now Xi Jinping himself is publicly saying, okay, we got to bring this war to an end. Let's wrap it up. We've had enough over here in China. Folks, Trump, we have a theme of today's broadcast. Trump, the United States of America, really just keeps on winning and winning and winning and winning in 1 million different ways. Speaking of winning, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard this morning, about 90 minutes ago, in fact, has just dropped an absolute, dare I say, bombshell, declassifying some very peculiar, very interesting documents that I think all of you are going to want to take a look at. We're going to break down this Tulsi Gabbard DNI bombshell together today in the second half of today's broadcast. It's going to blow your mind. In fact, it's going to confirm some sneaking suspicions that many of us have had for quite a while. We're going to break it down. Ladies and gentlemen, 4 unique, big, different topics. In a way, though, all of them are related. We're going to talk about all of them today. Before we really kick off today's broadcast, if you would be so kind as to hit that like button and make sure to subscribe. As I like to say, follow me everywhere other than in real life. Thank you very much. But ladies and gentlemen, with that little preamble out of the way, why don't we go ahead and start breaking down today's massive news.
Let's see what it's month.
Ladies and gentlemen, President Trump's blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is now in full effect as of this morning, just a couple hours ago, in fact. And I'll tell you what, the Iranian regime has already lost control of this entire situation. Folks, President Trump has called the Iranian regime's Hormuzian bluff, if you will allow me to call it that. And now they are absolutely panicking. Let's go ahead and break it all down. We got the news this morning just in. U.S. officially begins the blockade of all ships entering or exiting the Strait of Hormuz. Hold up, correct the record. It's not all ships, it's certain specific ships, any ships that are coming from an Iranian harbor carrying an Iranian payload, or any ship that is registered with the nation of Iran. We're going to break that down. That's a very important distinction to make. Let's get through the news here. Iran is now desperate because of this blockade.
The blockade in the Strait of Hormuz, it's underway. U.S. Central Command issuing a note warning the blockade applies to all vessel traffic, regardless of the flag. And they write this.
They may very well have came to a deal, and that's what the press announcement's going to be this afternoon.
Departing the blockaded area without authorization is subject to interception, diversion, and capture.
Yeah, 88. It's almost like they race to announce this shit and put it out to people.
Neutral transit passage through the Strait of Hormuz
That's right.
to or from non-Iranian destinations. So
that is right.
Everybody's clear.
Very clear distinction to be made. A lot of people are misconstruing exactly what this blockade is. This blockade is only a blockade against Iranian-aligned vessels. Vessels shipping Iranian oil from an Iranian harbor to some other country around the world. Perhaps, I don't know, China comes to mind. Let's keep on breaking all this down. Breaking, the U.S. military has officially begun this morning its blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Details include: 1, the United States of America says the blockade will be enforced impartially against vessels of all nations entering or departing Iranian ports and Iranian coastal areas. 2, U.S. forces will not impede freedom of navigation for vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz to and from non-Iranian ports. Very important to make note of that. 3, prior to this blockade, Iranian ports were largely operational, with Iran itself exporting over 2 million barrels of oil per day. What's the dollar value of that? Right around $140 million per day. Ladies and gentlemen, to be very clear, over the last 5.5 weeks that this war has been raging on, the Iranian regime, although they have been shutting down the Hormuz, they themselves have still been sending out their own oil through the Hormuz to many of their allies like China,
brother?
To the tune of $140 million per day. Seriously, Trump has shut it down. Now he's flipping it. Actually, now everyone else is allowed to go through, but Iran is not. He has flipped the sort of blockade dynamic, if that makes sense. 4, a successful blockade of Iranian ports would cut off the majority of the already restricted oil exports from the region. U.S. gas prices are now expected to rise to $4.25 per gallon, very temporarily so. I have a feeling this thing is coming to an end. Iran, in response, says U.S. restrictions on vessels in international waters are illegal and constitute piracy. This is a statement from the Iranian regime not too long ago. Iran launched a blockade on other ships in the Persian Gulf. In response, the USA launched a blockade on Iranian ships and anyone using an Iranian port. Iran then, in response this morning, said U.S. restrictions on vessels in international waters is illegal. Oh, is that right, Iran? Oh, now you are concerned about international maritime law. Well, isn't that timing a little bit convenient and peculiar? Donald Trump this morning, he made a Truth Social post saying this: 34 ships went through the Strait of Hormuz yesterday, which is by far the highest number since this foolish closure began. President Donald J. Trump. Why did Trump say this? Trump is saying, well, listen, yes, now the U.S. blockade is in effect. We're using the U.S. Navy to enforce that, but as long as you're not an Iranian-associated ship, you can go on through. Other ships are still going through. You just can't go through if you are Iranian or carrying an Iranian payload, etc.
You want to hear something funny?
President Trump went on to say,
let me read this for y'all. Kim Jong-un says global conflict has made many terrorist spots unsafe, while North Korea remains protected due to its nuclear strength. He invites tourists from around the world to visit, calling the country the safest holiday destination on earth.
earlier
I
this
find that
morning.
funny.
He said, Iran's navy is now laying at the bottom of the sea, completely obliterated. 158 ships, in fact. What we have not hit are their small number of what they call fast attack ships, because we did not consider them much of a threat. Warning, if any of these ships come anywhere close to our blockade, they will be immediately eliminated using the same system of kill that we use against the drug dealers on boats at sea. It is quick and it is brutal. P.S. 98.2% of drugs coming into the U.S. by ocean or sea have been stopped.
So the RGC.
Thank you for your attention
Just posted
to this matter.
Just posted. Said that the earthquake has already begun and the coming aftershocks will bring down thrones of power. He warned that no bias, no energy, no border, no mercy will remain untouched. Now, I'm telling you, I think China has given them a nuclear weapon, or they're bluffing.
So President Trump issuing another little bit of almost a threat here.
It sure
Hey,
is.
stay away. Don't you dare consider trying to undermine our blockade. Now, what does this blockade look like? Well, we have a report saying 15 individual U.S. warships are present in the region to support this blockade on Iran. And I love this verbiage because this is exclusively and specifically a blockade against Iran. Is the United States blockading Omani tankers or Saudi Arabian tankers? Is the United States blockading Iraqi, Kuwaiti, Bahraini, or Emirati tankers, or any other tankers for that matter, going in and out of the Hormuz Strait into the Persian Gulf? No, we are only blockading tankers that are in some way are affiliated or associated with Iran. Just to make that very clear.
Whether you're a professional technician or simply take pride in maintaining your own cars, Harbor Freight offers.
Warned that any
this fucking Mario now fall, however you say his last name, the head of the International Maritime Organization just said no country has the legal right to block the Strait of Hormuz. He didn't name Iran. He didn't name the U.S. He didn't have to. Both of them are currently doing it. Yeah. Well, fuck. You have to fucking fight fire with fire, man. You can't just let one side do some shit.
Iranian ships coming close to the U.S. naval blockade around Iran will be immediately eliminated. And when President Trump says something like that, I think you have to take him at his word. Folks, as I say this, President Trump's blockade of the Hormuz has been in effect as of right now for right around 6 hours. It went into effect 6 hours ago, earlier this morning. And guess what? Despite the Iranian regime promising, very publicly so, that there would be a harsh response if Trump and if the U.S. Navy were to blockade the Hormuz, guess what? Absolutely nothing has happened. The Iranian regime has done
I don't know, British.
About
I'm
this.
sure they're out
It's
there.
been 6 hours. I'm looking at my watch here. They haven't done a damn thing. President Trump, what does this mean? President Trump, the United States of America, is in complete and total control. In fact, I've got something I would like all of you to take a look at. This is going to blow your mind. Just in earlier this morning, an oil tanker carrying Iranian
I'll
oil
be right back.
bound for China was reportedly forced to turn around this morning as it attempted to leave the Hormuz. It ran directly into the U.S. naval blockade. We turned them back. You're not coming out. Chinese tanker carrying Iranian oil. So, folks, just to set the record straight, now President Trump has the U.S. Navy turning back even Chinese tanker vessels. Everybody knows, the Iranians, the Chinese, everyone knows Trump is not playing games. We'll either blow your vessel up or we'll send, I don't know what, some type of special operations team to land on the top of the vessel and commandeer the vessel entirely. We saw that recently, a couple months ago, off the coast of Venezuela. Happened numerous times. So, ladies and gentlemen, given the totality of circumstances here, personally, I think it is fair to say that it won't be long before the Iranian regime comes crawling back to negotiating table. Pressure is now being massively applied to China. The Iranian regime now, by nature of this blockade that went into effect 6 hours ago, has now lost somewhere in the ballpark of $140 million of revenue per day now that they can no longer ship off all of their black market illicit oil through the Hormuz. Trump has totally called their bluff. He's shut them down. And you know what? Thank God. America first. Now, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of the Iranian regime coming crawling back to the negotiating table, it seems as if that is actually exactly.
That's what I'm saying, right? They fucking do it to us to try to starve our fucking economy out. China ain't got no problem with it. But as soon as we do it back, then it's a big fucking deal. Man, fuck China. See, I never really felt that way about that country. I always just kind of sat back. Fuck China. That one statement made by them is make you want to go to the fucking Chinese restaurant and just steal all their cats from behind their anything to fuck the Chinese up from now on. Fuck China.
What is happening? Before we talk about this next story, what I would love to say is, if you're new to the show, make sure to hit that like button and make sure to subscribe because it really does help a lot. I don't ask for much. That's all I ask for.
How funny would it be to trap a couple raccoons and just let them go in a Chinese restaurant? That shit would be hilarious, wouldn't it? I would, but they put on some jail for that shit.
Thank you very much. Let's get on to our next massive story. It's a big day. It's a big day today, folks. We have a lot of news to go through. Ladies and gentlemen,
maybe
much to absolutely
maybe I'll go to a
one's
Chinese restaurant tonight with an American flag on and just mean mug them the fuck out of them and just stare at them all crazy. Maybe take a couple plastic rockets with me. Start pointing at them and pointing at the rocket. That's
it seems as if the Iranian regime has, I kid you not, already caved to President Trump's immense pressure with his new Hormuz blockade. And now the Iranian regime, well, guess what? They're actually calling President Trump on the cell phone, literally begging him to make a deal. Really, the Iranian regime right now is begging to surrender. We have a lot to talk about insofar as this topic goes. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of news to go through. Let's break it down. New mediators will continue talks with the United States and Iran in the upcoming days, in the next couple days, in an effort to bridge the remaining gaps and reach a deal. So this would be the Pakistanis, the mediators. They are still trying to reach a deal between Iran and the United States. We have a quote here. The door is not closed yet. Both sides are continuing to bargain. They say it's like a bazaar, like a market. They are bargaining, they're haggling. Still, what sort of deal can be reached? Well, another report. The Iran deal was stalled by security constraints. Iran is still weighing a U.S. proposal to end the war centered on abandoning uranium enrichment. Whoa, that's big news. The recent talks in Islamabad the recent talks in Islamabad stalled as Iranian officials couldn't securely reach.
This ain't got anything to do with this, but Democrats in Gavin Newsom's California for trying to criminalize the kind of journalism done by Nick Shirley. California legislators are trying to make investigation fraud illegal. What the fuck is going on in California? You cannot make this shit up.
Decision makers back home in Tehran, and they would likely need to go home, return home back to Tehran to finalize a deal, according to the New York Post.
Y'all want to hear the new
if you think about it, makes sense. So you have these Iranian.
In my head, just for time. Please let the ships go through. Come on, at least a few. If you block me, then I block you. Blockade, blockade. I thought this was easy peasy. Blockade. Now Mecca and Milani are leave me. Blockade.
They have gotten wild. These people are gotten wild. What's up, AR-15?
It was Galibaf
We just chilling.
and Abbas Araghchi. They're in Pakistan meeting in person just a day and a half ago with Kushner, Witkoff, and J.D. Vance. And they didn't feel comfortable. The Iranian representatives didn't feel comfortable signing on to a concrete deal because they needed to run this deal by the real shot callers back in Iran. Why couldn't they pick up a cell phone? Why couldn't they just send them a text message? Well, it's because we've spent the last 5 weeks blowing the living hell out of every single communication apparatus inside of Iran. There's probably also, from the Iranian point of view, some amount of security concerns. If somebody picks up a phone, maybe, the U.S. or Israel, we can then pinpoint their exact location. So they wanted to go back and talk to them in person to see if the U.S. offers or proposal was agreeable. Seems like they might be. Seems like now that they've had those conversations back at home in Tehran, seems like they might be working out a deal here. Iranian officials are still considering the U.S. proposal to end the war centered around giving up uranium enrichment. Folks, I just want to quickly pause and put this into perspective. If Trump is able to negotiate a deal with the Iranians in which they give up uranium enrichment, they give up the enriched uranium stockpile, and the Hormuz is reopened for all to come and go, that is an undeniable, unequivocal victory. That is what complete and total United States victory and dominance looks like. We got rid of the nuclear. The Hormuz is reopened. Iran is no longer in charge of the Hormuz. We win. That is the win condition. This report goes on to say, one thing affecting why Iran couldn't make a deal while the U.S. was in Pakistan, while Vance called Trump's during the negotiations over 6 times, Iranians could not call their final decision maker back in Iran due to security risks. Makes sense. And likely they would have to return home back to Iran to discuss the agreement or the potential agreement, the stipulations of the negotiations in person.
No, it's because too many fucking heads of the same snake are trying to call the shots in Iran. They can't get them all to agree on anything. That's what that is. It ain't nothing to do with about security risks. The fuck is the risk of calling them in on the phone?
And this is coming from a Pakistani political analyst. Seems to make sense. And now they've returned home, and now we might have some breaking developments. There is continued engagement between the U.S. delegation and Iran's leaders, officials have now told CBS News this morning. One U.S. official said there is, quote, forward motion on trying to get to an agreement. Things are still plugging along, ladies and gentlemen. Trump said this morning, quote, we've been called by the other side and they want to make a deal very badly. Ladies and gentlemen, remember when I said it seems like the Iranian regime is ready to capitulate? Seems like they are ready to surrender. In fact, it seems like they are ready to hand over their highly enriched uranium, weapons-grade uranium. They're willing to hand it over, seems to be the case, and also shut down their entire enrichment program. Seems to be the case. They're calling President Trump this morning saying, we want to make a deal very badly. This is what capitulation, complete and total capitulation, looks like from the Iranian side of the aisle. We have a video from President.
At FPL, our teams are working every day, inspecting, upgrading, and strengthening the grid.
It was over nuclear, very similar. Yeah, very good. I guess you're listening. It's over the fact that they will never have a nuclear weapon. Iran, you marking it down? Iran will not have a nuclear weapon. And we agreed to a lot of things, but they didn't agree to that. And I think they will agree to it. I'm almost sure of it. In fact, I am sure of it. If they don't agree, there's no deal. There'll never be a deal. Iran will not have a nuclear weapon, and we're going to get the dust.
They will never have nuclear. We're going to get the dust. The enriched uranium back. Either they will give it over to, there's no nuclear deal, then there is no deal at all. What do you think happens if there's no deal, if the Iranians refuse to capitulate to President Trump's nuclear-related demands? What do you think happens next? Well, President Trump is going to continue the bombing campaign. We will keep bombing them until somebody steps up and submits. Until there is a submission, the bombs will continue getting dropped. That seems to be the case. Now, we have another clip from President Trump. Take a look at this.
We can't let a country blackmail or extort the world, because that's what they're doing. They're really blackmailing the world. We're not going to let that happen. And, you know, the amazing thing is we don't, can you believe this? We don't use this trade. We don't need this trade. We have our own oil and gas, much more than we need. We have more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia. Think of this. We produce more. Saudi Arabia, and add Russia to it. Substantially more. And by next year, we'll have double that amount.
Wow.
So we don't need it, but the world needs it. And many ships are heading to our country right now as we speak to load up with the best. Really, I guess you could say, somebody said the best and sweetest. I don't know exactly what sweet is, but when it relates to oil, it's a good thing. But they're coming to our country right now. There are many boats coming to our country. Now, it could very well be this is going to be settled before that. We've been called this morning by the right people, the appropriate people, and they want to work a deal. They would like to work a deal.
You just have to kind of parse through this information. Negotiations fell through. Well, maybe they needed to go back and reconvene with the actual shot callers back in Iran. And now, a day and a half later, the actual shot callers back in Iran that did not attend these Pakistani negotiations in Islamabad, they have now called up President Trump saying, okay, we want a deal. I think it is safe to infer that they know our red line in the sand demand is no nuclear anything. Hand it over what you've got, hand over what you've got, and no more enrichment. If they are calling now a day and a half later to say, okay, we want a deal, I think it's safe to infer that they are ready and willing to shut down the enrichment facilities and hand over their nuclear enriched uranium. Seems to be the case. One more video coming out of the White House today featuring President Trump. Let's see what this one says.
If the deal is not reached by the end of the ceasefire, does your threat from before still stand?
Yeah, I don't want to comment on that, but it won't be pleasant for them. Let me put it that way.
Do you still claim if the deal is not reached by?
The question was, if the deal is not reached by the end of the 2-week window, this 2-week ceasefire window, what's going to happen? President Trump says, well, it is not going to be pleasant for them. And I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, I think when the Iranian regime hears President Trump say things like that, when President Trump issues a threat, an ultimatum like that, at this point, after 5 weeks of 5.5 weeks of having the living hell bombed out of them, I think the Iranian regime knows that President Trump is not bluffing. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I think we need to move on and talk about the Chinese angle, because like I said, China today is having what can only be described as a very public, petulant, hodler-like, hysterical meltdown. And we're going to go through all of that. They are not happy about any of this. Ladies and gentlemen, before we talk about China, do me a favor. Make sure to hit that like button and make sure to subscribe. I appreciate it. Let's talk about the China dynamic here, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, President Trump's blockade of the Strait of Hormuz is now officially in full effect as of this morning. And guess what? China, that is the CCP, is pretty much melting down right this very moment. They know that President Trump has just geopolitically outsmarted them yet again. In fact, boy, oh boy, do I have a lot of news to share with you today. Ladies and gentlemen, first off, this morning we got the confirmation that an oil tanker carrying Iranian oil destined for China was actually forced to turn around once it came face to face with the U.S. naval blockade. The days during which the Iranian regime gets to continue shipping illicit black market oil to China, undermining the U.S. petrodollar, have officially come to an end. The blockade is in full effect. Another update here. 121 empty oil tankers are now heading to the United States of America as President Trump urges countries hit by the Strait of Hormuz disruption to buy American energy. Well, would you look at that? Let's take a listen to this.
A ship tracking firm reports 121 empty oil tankers are making their way to the United States of America. 68 of those 121 vessels are very large crude carriers capable of carrying 2 million barrels apiece.
That's right.
President Trump has urged countries squeezed by Iran's disruption of the Strait of Hormuz to turn to American energy supplies instead. Well, it would appear perhaps they are obliging him. They are listening to Trump. The president told Fox, quote, China can send their ships to the U.S., China can send their ships to Venezuela, while also saying that empty oil-carrying ships from many nations are all headed to the U.S. to load up. That,
ladies and gentlemen, real quick, I need to be a little bit rude here. President Trump is rubbing China's nose in this situation. We talked about how now the U.S. naval blockade is turning back any maritime tanker vessels coming out of the Hormuz attempting to carry Iranian oil, illicit black market oil from Iran to China. Now we're turning them back saying, we're shutting that down. At the same time, President Trump is coming on out here. He's saying, hey, China, ni hao ma, President Trump here. Hey, I understand you have just lost access to your favorite oil supplier, the Iranian regime. I have a counter proposal for you. How about you send your tankers over to the Gulf of America and you load up with American oil? We've got the best oil anywhere in the world, China. Come on over. Oh, what's that? You lost access to your beloved Iranian oil? Well, why don't you come on over to the United States and buy oil from us for a very reasonable price? And you know, China is not happy. This report as well today. Saudi Arabian oil shipments to China are set to drop as much as war in the Middle East, the war against Iran, disrupts oil flows. China is losing up to half of their Saudi Arabian oil. China has now lost 100% of their Iranian oil. China right now is having a massive domestic economic energy crisis. Their economy is on the brink of collapse. They are melting down. They are not happy. We had a statement from China, ni hao ma. Breaking news this morning, China has called for unobstructed navigation through the Strait of Hormuz a day after U.S. President Donald J. Trump threatened to blockade it. The foreign minister of China, Guo Jiakun, said keeping the strait secure and open is in the common interest of the international community. Oh, okay. Let me make sure I'm properly understanding this situation. China really didn't give a damn about
making money on
the
phone.
common interest of the international community or free and fair maritime traffic when Iran was blockading everyone in the Hormuz other than Chinese vessels. It is only now that the United States has stepped in to really complete that blockade, firmly shutting down Chinese vessels attempting to acquire Iranian oil. Only now is China upset about this Hormuzian problem. You can't help but notice the timing, China. Another report here. In a direct message to the Trump administration and the United States Navy, China's defense minister, Admiral Dong Jun, says Chinese ships will continue transiting the Strait of Hormuz through agreements with Iran, and warns the Chinese defense minister is now warning the U.S. not to meddle in our affairs. Also from Dong's statement, 1, he says Chinese ships are currently moving in and out of the waters of the Strait of Hormuz. Well, not anymore. Now they're all getting turned back, and we've got the proof of that. Number 2, Dong confirms China has existing trade and energy agreements with Iran that China will respect and honor. 3, China explicitly states Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz and it is open for us, recognizing Iranian sovereignty over transit. Listen, China, you are in for a very rude awakening. China is now warning the U.S. Navy not to meddle in their affairs while they've just been turning a blind eye to this Iranian shutdown of the Hormuz for 5 weeks. Really? They're saying rules for thee, but not for me. They're saying Chinese oil must flow. Well, Iranian oil must flow to China. Everybody else, we don't really give a damn about it. How do you think President Trump is going to respond to this? Well, not positively. Trump issued a statement this morning. Allegedly, he had a conversation with Xi Jinping earlier today. Trump said, China's Xi wants to see this ended. And there you have it. Well, well, well. While the Chinese defense minister Dong is publicly issuing threats and making demands that we all know he cannot back up or reinforce, Xi Jinping wants this entire dynamic to come to an end. The Chinese are behaving a little bit like the Iranians. Publicly, they're acting tough. They're giving ultimatums and threats behind closed doors. Please, Mr. Trump, we need to bring this thing to an end. This is just catastrophic for our economy. Ladies and gentlemen, President Trump has both of these, I'm going to call them delinquent nations, both Iran, the Iranian regime, and the CCP, exactly where he wants them.
It's amazing how, like, when you turn the tables on these people, it's not okay. It's all right for them to do it to you, but as soon as you do it to them, it's some big outrage. And the American people that are fucking following right along with this shit makes you lose faith in humanity, right? Fucking bleeding hearts.
Let's put this into perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, the Iranian regime effectively tried to have their cake and eat it too. The Iranian regime closed the Strait of Hormuz while still allowing CCP tankers trading and exchanging in Chinese yuan, it's their currency, to pass through the Hormuz, despite shutting everybody else out. That's what the Iranians did. Now, by nature of blockading the Hormuz with the U.S. Navy, President Trump has just called the Iranian regime's bluff. He says, oh, if you want the Hormuz closed, okay, let's close it up all the way. And really, let's find out who ends up becoming the biggest loser. Spoiler, who is that biggest loser? Well, it's Chinese Defense Minister Dong and really the rest of the entire CCP. It is China. And now, with President Trump's blockade of the Hormuz, the Iranian regime's decision tree, if you can call it that, has totally collapsed down to two options. The Iranian regime only has two options as I see it. One, they can accept U.S. terms, nuclear concessions, free passage throughout the Strait of Hormuz, and constraints on proxy operations in the Middle East. This is what we've been demanding of them, to preserve the economic infrastructure that sustains the regime's power base. And what I mean by that is if the deal falls through and they disagree, they refuse to capitulate to President Trump's demands, he's going to start blowing up power plants, etc. So that's option one. Option number two, that the Iranian regime is a U.S. naval blockade that entirely severs their oil export to China and costs the Iranian regime somewhere around $140 million per day by nature of shutting down their oil export, ultimately grinding their domestic economy to a halt, and furthermore, creates conditions for really the total collapse of the regime. What do you think is going to happen to the Iranian regime if they've got no more income? If Trump shuts down the Hormuz and they can't continue pumping out oil to China? It's not going to be long before people revolt or rise up or abandon their posts. Who knows? Now, of course, option one for the Iranian regime
they're already starting to do
is
that.
admittedly humiliating for them, but it is survivable. Option two is existential for the current regime as it stands. On the Strait of Hormuz specifically, the outcome here is actually almost predetermined, I think it's safe to say, because the U.S. has already begun establishing physical control of the Hormuz, regardless of any deal with the Iranians. This is what President Trump's naval blockade is designed to do. And like I said, the blockade has been in effect for 6 hours so far, maybe 7 now. And the Iranians, they haven't done anything about it because they can't do anything about it, which is why it seems like they're begging to make a deal now. And because of President Trump's naval blockade, we now know that the Iranian regime's previous claims of total control of the Hormuz and application of per vessel fees, charging each vessel individually to transit the Hormuz, well, those claims were effectively nothing more than a bluff. And now, as we all know, President Trump has called that bluff. And it's because, frankly, it's because of this entire dynamic that now it's only a matter of time that the IRGC will ultimately capitulate completely to President Trump's demands. And the reason why is because the Iranian regime absolutely cannot afford to lose their economic ties to China, to the CCP. And they can't risk creating circumstances or an environment inside of their own country in which members of the Iranian military or IRGC would lay down their arms and surrender on their own on an individual level, or conditions under which the Iranian people, who are very unhappy, would rise up and take their own country back on their own. But
how can they do that without no weapons, though, brother? That's the part that I think a lot of people are missing. These people do not have small arms.
Importantly, if the Iranian regime gets cut off from China, which is what Trump has just done, the Iranians can kiss their entire regime goodbye. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that is the current status of the Hormuz blockade, the Chinese dynamic, the Iranian regime attempting to surrender to President Trump, to the United States of America. All of this stuff is happening today. It's a massive day. There's another story that I would like to share with you folks today. This one, like I said, we've got something to talk about as it pertains to Tulsi Gabbard. Before we get that like button, make sure to subscribe. It really means a lot. After we talk about Tulsi Gabbard, we're going to take a look at these super chats. But this is classifications. Let's go ahead and pull this up. Tulsi Gabbard has just dropped the definitive in impeachment during his first term in the White House were nothing more, as a matter of fact, than a Democrat hoax, and that the Democrats attempt election with fake intelligence. And right now, I'll tell you what, the Democrat establishment in Washington, D.C. is absolutely panicking because as of today, with this new declassified information courtesy of Tulsi Gabbard, we've officially just caught the Democrats red-handed. Let's break it all down. We got the confirmation from Tulsi Gabbard earlier this morning. She posted this: newly declassified records expose how deep state actors within the intelligence community concocted a false narrative that then Congress used to usurp the will of the American people and impeach the duly elected President Donald Trump in 2019. Now, ladies and gentlemen, she has posted a massive brief of this situation on the dni.gov website with this image up here, a very concise breakdown. I have read all of this. We're going to break this down together and in the most concise, entertaining way I possibly can. Ladies and gentlemen, let's break it down. Today, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard has released previously unseen documents that reveal how elements inside of the intelligence community helped create a narrative that was then used to impeach President Donald J. Trump in 2019. The whistleblower complaint that triggered the impeachment process of Donald Trump at that point was based almost entirely on second-hand information and contained zero first-hand evidence about President Trump's July 2019 telephone conversation with Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. Now, former Intelligence Community Inspector General Michael Atkinson conducted only a very preliminary review of this information. He interviewed just 4 people, the whistleblower, one of the whistleblower's friends, and 2 other character references who had no direct knowledge of this phone call at all whatsoever that was then used misrepresented and leveraged to impeach President Donald Trump in 2019. This whistleblower openly stated themselves in the initial complaint, complaint form, that he or she had no direct knowledge of any private comments or communications made by President Trump. Can you imagine that? One key witness admitted that after reading the actual transcript of the call, he or she would not have reached the same conclusions as the whistleblower and had to read between the lines to perceive a possible quid pro quo. You help me, I'll help you, which is what they accused President Trump of doing. It was all a hoax. It was all fake. It was all fabricated. It was all made up. This very same key witness was a co-author of the 2017 Intelligence Community Assessment on Russian election interference. This very same person, often referred to as the Russia hoax, and also had worked closely with former FBI agent Peter Strzok, the whistleblower. This is just insane. You cannot make this up. The fraud, the fabrication is so transparent. The whistleblower, this whistleblower, was a registered Democrat who had worked closely with then Vice President Joe Biden on Ukraine-related matters and had traveled with him in the past to Ukraine. Truly astounding. It goes on. The whistleblower initially lied to the Inspector General's office by denying any contact with Congress before filing the complaint, later admitting the contract only after media reports had appeared. Inspector General Atkinson knew from the very beginning of this investigation that an official transcript of a Trump-Zelensky phone call existed, yet he never requested or reviewed it during his investigation. The Inspector General knew the transcript of the phone call existed. He didn't care to see it. All of this, Trump's impeachment, the investigation, the phony baloney investigation, was all based off of a second-hand whistleblower that hadn't even seen the transcript or listened into the phone call themselves. They made it up. The Department of Justice reviewed the allegations and concluded that there was no campaign finance violation and zero base for criminal action. Despite this, the Department of Justice also determined that the complaint did not meet the legal definition of an urgent concern, and also did not require any transmission to Congress. Congress didn't need to know about this because there was no problem. It was all made up. Despite this guidance, however, from the Department of Justice, Inspector General Atkinson ignored it and forwarded this complaint to Congress anyway. It makes you mad. It gets your blood boiling, doesn't it? This is just insane. This is insane. This makes Watergate look like nothing. Atkinson's office later changed the whistleblower complaint form to remove the previous requirement that complaints be based on firsthand knowledge. Initially, a complaint form required firsthand knowledge. Atkinson knew that his key witness, this whistleblower, did not in fact have firsthand knowledge, so he changed the form to allow secondhand knowledge. In public statements, Inspector General Atkinson claimed that additional information supported the whistleblower's allegations. That was a lie. The newly released documents show that this claim was not accurate and that it was a lie. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard today stated that these actions demonstrate how deep state actors within the intelligence community weaponized official government intelligence processes to undermine
That's crazy.
the duly elected president of the United States of America. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is just...
You know, it's crazy how personal these people get involved like that because they don't get their way. That's fucking wild, man. It's almost like we, the people, are suffering from a bad marriage breakup when they do that shit. And I don't think people quite understand. I know they see what's happening, but I don't think it really registers with them just how bad it is when they do that shit.
Really a confirmation of everything that has happened. Thank God. God bless Tulsi Gabbard for officially releasing this information. We, many of us over here on the right, we have been getting called crazy nut job conspiracy theorists for talking about this entire narrative for the better half of a decade now. Remember, the impeachment was in 2019, but this investigation was going on for years before that.
I was reading something about that earlier. I wonder if they're really, I doubt that they'll do it, but it'd be nice to see it if they charged Obama with this shit.
And of course, do you think this narrative
That's why he made it
how
legal.
the 2020
Listen,
election played
that's
out?
why Obama made it legal to put out misinformation, because he knew he was fucking doing it. But the problem is before they passed it, he had already done it. So I wonder if he can be charged for it.
Of course, the president getting impeached under, now we know, bogus charges. Of course, that impacts the way that Americans vote. How many people do you think said, well, I'm not going to vote for Trump in 2020 because he got impeached? Quid pro quo with the Russians. I don't want to vote for him now. Of course, this had an impact on that election, and that was the explicit desire, the objective of these corrupt members of the deep state, really the entire Democrat apparatus. And now we have the proof. This is no longer within the realm of conspiracy theory. No, this is a matter of fact. Guess what? All of us got proven right yet again. America first. So, ladies and gentlemen, there is the big Tulsi Gabbard intelligence declassification bombshell today. We got the confirmation. And thank God. Now we can stop feeling crazy every day. Well, maybe I'm gonna keep on feeling crazy.
Yeah, I know it's
That's
smart mouth, and it's fucking
Ladies
sad,
and gentlemen, at this
man.
point in the show,
It's
what I would
fucking
like
sad.
to do is take a look and see what you fine members of the audience have to say about all this.
Because listen, there's no debating whether Trump would have been able to keep going with his plan, 4 years after his first election, that this country would be in a different state than what it's in right now.
We've got almost 20,000 members of the audience today. Good Lord. Thank you all for being here on a Monday. Let's go ahead and pull up these super chats. I think I might have them ready to go. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being here. A lot of good news. Seriously, it's a big good news day. Imagine betting against Trump. Imagine betting against Trump. Really, imagine betting against the United States of America. Imagine betting against all of us patriotic Americans. You're going to lose. You're going to lose. And that's what happens. They keep on losing. Yes, they do. And we keep on winning. Thank you very much. Okay, I've got the super chats pulled up. I've got them up here on YouTube. And, what must I do? You know what I must do. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. And we've got a couple of them here. The very first super chat of the day that I see, well, let me reload before I get into this.
Oh, shit. They live.
It's from an individual. His name is Ministry of
They are
Wrong
live
Think.
right
He
now.
says Trump is calling
Let's see if
the
this is actual live or
most ultimate
trying to
bluff
post
of the
something
entire
fucking
world.
live.
China
If they
being
buzz lit or talk
a
about
paper
ceasefire shit.
tiger. This accusation has long been
about the president's rhetoric, but what the president cares most about is results. And in fact, his very tough rhetoric and his tough negotiating style is what has led to the result.
Yeah, this
that
is
you
not
are all
live. I
witnessing
hate when
today.
they do
Iran
that.
publicly
This is
acknowledging
shit that she had put out
last
the
night
other day.
that they have agreed or that they wanted this ceasefire with the United States because they no longer could tolerate being bombed by our very powerful and lethal military, and that they have committed to the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which the president will hold them accountable
Yeah,
for.
see, they're
and it's
putting
something
this
the
out as
administration
live
is closely
coverage, and they
monitoring
shouldn't
real
do
time.
that.
Danny.
Should the world not take his word seriously?
The world should take his word very seriously in understanding that the president is always most interested in results.
I
and
hate
it was
when
the
they do this
Iranians
shit
who
right
backed down, not President Trump. He said that they would face very grave consequences, as you just laid out, by the 8 p.m. deadline if they did not agree to reopening the Strait of Hormuz. And what did they do last night? They agreed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Danny.
Thanks, Caroline. Would President Trump like to see Lebanon included in this peace deal? As you know, there have been increased Israeli strikes on Lebanon today with dozens of casualties there.
Sure. Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. That has been relayed to all parties involved in the ceasefire. As you know, Prime Minister Netanyahu put out a statement last night in support of the ceasefire, in support of the United States' efforts, and he's also assured the president they'll continue to be a helpful partner throughout the course of the next 2 weeks.
Is there any thought, though, that the president might like to see Lebanon included at a future date, given that it seems to be causing or potentially undermining the Iran ceasefire?
Again, this will continue to be discussed, I am sure, between the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu, the United States and Israel, and all of the parties.
Yeah, I just hate that though. You know what I mean? They make it look like it's fucking new, and right now. All right, folks. I'm fixing to have to get out of here. I gotta go get this money. Oh, needs it right now too. So we'll holler. Peace.